So, I think we're live. Hello, YouTube. My name is Caius, and I'm DMing this adventure of the Palace Guards, set in the Principality of Belcadiz, in Glantri, the setting of Mystara, one of the oldest worlds of D&D. And I'm joined today by three fine players. There is Andrew Knapp, and David Alex, and Travis. Andrew, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, thanks, Caius. I am SR2 Joker on YouTube. I do a lot of D&D and other RPG stuff. Just wanted to plug that, check it out. For this game, I'm going to be playing Shane, the 6th-level human barbarian, Path of the Berserker. Shane lost his eye to an albino elf. He's on a mission of revenge, and in the meantime, he's taking up any random mercenary work that he can find, and that's how he's involved with the other two members of the party.
Okay, great. And David.
Yeah, my name is David, and I'll be playing a wizard, a female wizard by the name of Shardina. There you go, really. That is my character.
Great. And Travis.
Greetings, my name is Travis. I will be playing Captain Francois Troubeau this evening, a observant security expert hired for the evening. Looking forward to the game.
So, the end of a silent, long, hot, sweltering afternoon. Shadows advance tentatively from white walls, and where the shadows fall, the burning heat cools to a livable temperature, and the cicadas start singing again. And from the siesta time homes, a few figures stumble, hugging the shadowy sides of the streets and making their way through the parched plazas. A leathery, pockmarked elven bravo with gold teeth and ears sliced into 2 points sits down on a mounting block outside the Alhambra Palace and mops himself with his scarf. His dusty clothes and poor demeanor makes a striking contrast to the pristine brilliance of the elven palace behind. This elven palace has been perfected today in anticipation of the visit of a fairy queen. Titania, the summer queen, is visiting from the Feywild to visit Princess Carnelia de Belcadiz and renew the oaths of fealty that have given this elven principality in the north a climate far hotter and far more fertile than the latitude would suggest. Two disapproving guards look at this figure sweating on the mounting block and approach with an arrogant swagger, but it quickly changes to a fearful stagger as they see the writ he presents them with. Dr. Urbino, they bow. Don Hippolito, he awaits you in the throne room. And can I say, what an honor it is to work under such a famous warrior, says one of the guards. I'm not Don Urbino, but Doctor, says the sweaty man. And I'm no warrior, but an assassin. Tell Don Hippolito that I will be in shortly. I'm just waiting for my men to turn up. And he sits there on the mounting block, waiting for the first of them to arrive.
Okay, I'll say I'll arrive first. Walking down the street about 6'2" or so, you see a rather muscular man, clean back hair, at least as clean as he can get it, a silver padded doublet. It looks like it was shoddily tailored for him. It's not a man that wears fine clothing very often, but he has been told to dress nicely for the occasion. On the back of it is a crudely detailed red fist. God knows what that's there for. On his back he has a large great sword. He steps up, taking a toothpick out of his mouth like this and flicking it onto the ground. raising his two fingers.
Shame. Glad you could make it. So, I hear that Captain Trubo contacted you. He should be here any minute.
Yes, Francois was my contact. Sounds like a good job. Happy to be aboard.
3,000 gold ducats to share between you if it goes well. Make sure the princess is happy at the end of the night. The friendship is very valuable to fellowship.
He's straightening up his collar a little bit, kind of squaring up, almost doing a bit of a pose. What do you think? Had it tailored.
You impress me, but whether you impress the elves is another thing. We will have to wait and see. And I have no idea how the Fey Queen will react to you.
Fair enough. In my experience, the ladies, they tend to like me.
Francois makes his approach, military stride, dressed to the nines, Three Musketeers style, large hat, large plume, clearly here for a ball. Doctor, what time of day is it? I have plumb forgotten. High afternoon to you, sir.
Great. I am happy to see you.
I see one of our companions has already arrived.
He shoots you a smile. Yeah. Thought I was going to be late. I saw a dwarven child in the street, and I had to take a long way around, you know. I don't want to catch anything.
There is that. There certainly is that. None of that this evening in the palace, though, hopefully. Plague is nearly annihilated, so the news sources tell me.
Yeah, a bit concerned. I'm going to turn to our employer and say, there's not going to be dwarves, are there? No dwarves, right?
Looks to the doctor.
If there are dwarves, they'll be well disguised. Maybe this is a dwarf in disguise coming now, he says, looking across the empty plaza. As Chandra approaches.
Chandra, yeah. Chandra, yes. A woman, a very fine woman, about 5'2", very slender figure, with red hair, skin of orange and bright, in wizard's finest clothing, and a sort of like a dagger on like sheathed on her belt, and a little backpack on her back, and a mysterious bag. It seems to be sewn together magically somehow, with some sort of objects in it of unknown origin. And like she turns to the noble man and bows most graciously to him. My lord.
He laughs. Just one little point, Travis. Could you? There's a bit of feedback coming through your speakers. Could you turn yourself to mute when you're not speaking? And if we can't hear you, we'll remind you to turn mute off again. But could you turn to mute at the moment?
Yes, certainly. Just a moment.
Testing. Yeah, I think putting on your headset fixed it, Travis.
Okay, that sounds better actually. Maybe you don't need mute, or just turn down the volume a bit. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so Dr. Urbino laughs a bit when you call him a noble and treats him as a noble. He spits on the ground. I'm no noble, but the people you're about to meet, they're as high as it gets, and I don't want you screwing things up for us.
As you wish.
That's why I'm using you boys. You need to be a bit more diplomatical than my usual heavies. Now there are swashbucklers around, haughty nobles, trigger-happy wizards, and fairies with all those crazy pixies, crazy senses of humor, and who knows what else. You'll have to be clever. You'll have to be discreet, and you'll have to be good at your jobs. Have you a question there?
No, no, Doctor. I am a very intelligent woman, as you can tell. But yes, I'll do what you ask.
Excuse me, I call everybody guys. Are you ready? Is there anything you want to do or want to ask before we go in? Don Hipólito is the one who employed us. So
Yes.
you'll be working as, they have their own guards. You'll be working as supplementary guards supplied by us because we have a special arrangement with them. You know that the palace is off bounds to members of the Fellowship, but we've heard that a rival guild is maybe planning on hitting the place. And to keep our relationship sweet with the princess, we need you to stop that hit. Clear? Capiche?
Yes, Doctor. My only question is can you describe the noble lady in question?
Oh, you'll recognize her when you see her.
Oh, I hope so.
She is a beauty. She is a beauty. Mind you, there will be many beauties in the palace. It is renowned for breeding beauties and breeding fiery temperaments too. They are proud and ready to draw a rapier at a moment's wit. Be ready to stand your guard, and fights will break out tonight. She doesn't mind a little bit of blood spilled on the floor, but try not to let it go too far, and choose your sides carefully. That's all I say. Okay, let's go.
I'm patting myself with my doublet. It's pretty hot out, and one last thing. Refreshments. Would it be okay for me just to have a little bit of a nip while I'm on the job? Just a nip.
Stay sober, but you should be okay. Look, I'm not your nanny. You can do what you want. Just don't mess things up. If you mess things up, I'm after you.
Everything has this golden glow to it now. My demeanor has improved dramatically.
As you're about to move off, though, 3 oily bravos swagger up. There's a fat elf woman with missing teeth and a ferret, a pretty elf boy with lightning tattoos, and a half-elf with the same split ears that Dr. Urbino has. Hey, boss, says the woman. Why are you giving this work to these out-of-town butt bandits? We could manage it much better than these 3 jokers. Have we ever let you down? Hey, Esme, Paco, Charcoal. You guys are a bit too direct. And to be quite honest, I've seen Francois' work. He's better than you. You can't touch him. Oh, yeah? Says the fat little elf woman. She spits at him. We'd make fabada out of these gilipollas. And she spits at you, Captain Francois. Dr. Urbino says, are you better than these 3? But just be careful.
Is it a contest you care to have, Doctor?
Just don't mess up your uniforms, he says. You gotta look smart before the princess.
I'm gonna stare at this ghastly fat woman, and I'm gonna tell her, ma'am, I know you don't have teeth, but if I were you, I contain your bodily fluid. I'm not gonna tell you a second time.
I'm not scared of you, big guy.
Yeah, things you're scared of, bathwater, exercise, hygiene. But me, obviously not. And I'm going to tightly grasp the handle of my greatsword.
Would you like to make an intimidation roll?
Hell yeah. Not my strongest suit, but all right. 18.
She backs off, saying, "Hey, are you gonna let them talk to me like that? Are you gonna let them talk to me like that, Charcoal? Have a word with them." And Charcoal tries Charcoal tries and kicks you in the balls. Let's see. He hits an armor class of 16.
Ooh, he just narrowly misses me.
You feel that as his leg just goes past your past you. What do you want to do?
I'm going to look at him and say, you gotta have a pair to know how to hit him.
And you other guys?
I just produce flame in my hand and say, "You sure you don't want to burn?"
They take a step back as the flame appears in your hand, and glance at each other. Francoise.
Look at them. Bend low. Wipe the spit from my shirt. Our fight isn't with you. But, to make this interesting enough, it could be. Move along. Intimidation check.
Roll and tell me what you get.
Alright, I roll at advantage. Let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12. Okay, they're still sticking there. They see the flame in your hands, but they say, "You're not the only one with magic." And the little fat elf woman starts casting a spell.
Okay.
Roll for initiative, everybody.
I wish to counterspell it.
Okay, just you'll be able to counter spell when they act, but just roll initiative,
Okay.
everybody individually, and tell me your results.
Alrighty, I'm on a 13.
Didn't do so hot. 6.
Chandra?
Hang on. I got 13, 14, 15. 15.
Okay. So they haven't actually cast their spell yet. They're starting. They're about to cast it, and we'll actually say, okay, you get off your counter spell. Their spell fizzles, and now it's your turn. You go next, Chandra. It's the next round. What would you
I guess
like?
I will let me see. I shall do let me see. I pull out my wand, of course, and cast produce flame as a cantrips, and I make the carpet on fire around them, like a little ring of fire type thing. And as I do, I say, ring of fire, and going down, 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 the ring of fire, and a ring of fire disappears around them and starts flickering to give them a bit of a fright, a bit of a fright. And I say, "Are you sure that you don't want to burn?"
Okay, Shane.
Okay, I'm going to try to subdue her. So, I want to use the pommel of my sword. Still hit her pretty hard, but I don't want to kill. I want to knock her out. Is my goal.
Swing with the flat of your blade or the pommel.
Yeah, you know what? Let's swing with the flat of the blade. That's gonna be pretty hilarious. So
You've got to get over the flame as well.
sure, I will rage. So I pull this gold chain out from underneath of my my padded doublet. It sparkles, and I pull the sword off of my back and let out a yelp, and I'll jump through the flames, not giving a shit, and wind this thing back to hit this woman in the hip.
Okay, that's what you do. Quickly, Chandra, how much damage does the little bit of flame on the ground do?
It doesn't do anything. It's just to produce flames. So I guess it's just a normal fire. So whatever normal fire does when you go through a campfire or whatever.
Okay, we'll do a D4. That seems about right. And because you're raging, it's half, isn't it? Oh no, it wouldn't be.
Not for me.
Not for you. Okay. You take 2 hit points damage from the. It's not. They're not just little flames. They're quite a big sort of campfire-sized number of flames, and you take 2 points damage and land your blow on him. Okay. Roll to attack.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and reckless attack too, and use Great Weapon Master. Because when I hit her, I want to put her down. I don't want this to be a lingering affair. So I get no attack. Well, I get a +2 attack modifier from the -5, and I roll with advantage from reckless. So not great. It'd be a 12.
Okay. 12 hits her.
That's not good for her. So 8 plus 16, 24 points of subdual damage.
Down she goes like a sack of meat.
So I'm like my jacket is smoldering when I jump through the fire. Smoke's coming off of it. I wind up and just hit her in the hip, and you see the force of the blow kind of rattle through her body, and she takes a goose step and falls on her side. And I'll point the greatsword at her face and look up at the 2 guys and say, "Stay down."
Okay. Before they can act, you're actually before them, Captain. So, would you like to go for François?
Yes, drawing my crossbow, leveled. You heard the man. Stay down. Intimidation check once again.
At advantage, without a doubt. And I'm going to just get a 10 or better.
13.
Okay. The other 2 just go, "Whoa, we don't want no problems. We're not looking for any trouble. It was her who told us to do it." And they scamper out of the plaza, leaving her just lying in a ring of fire.
I will then proceed to kneel down and check the hag's pulse.
Okay. Yeah, it was. You were just doing subdual damage, so she doesn't need to stabilize.
All right, so I feel a heartbeat. As I touch her neck, I feel this grimy nastiness. This woman's pretty dirty, and I'll turn and look up at our employer and say, "Knocked her out clean. She's not dead though."
Cheers. She's quite useful at times, but she's not good enough for a job like this. But you know how it is.
I'll stand up and pull down on my doublet and say, "Hopefully this has displayed our restraint."
Are the men to your liking, Doctor?
So far, so good. It's the princess you need to please.
And with that, I wave my wand and the fire just goes out to make sure it doesn't burn down the actual house or whatever. So there you go.
Right, a military-looking elf in fine, resplendent gold and black armor comes out. Sort of, he puts in his little monocle and observes you from a distance, and then comes over, gives a little nod to Dr. Urbino and says, "Are these your men?" And Dr. Urbino says, "Here they are. Kindly follow me." He says, "Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Captain Alaves of the Belkady's Guard, and you adventurers will be under my command for the day. It wasn't my decision to employ you mixed loyalty people, but it's been imposed upon me by the family, so I'm happy to go along with it. Just try and look a bit decent," he says, handing you each a cloak, a black and gold cloak of the Belkady's clan. And follow me, and I'll explain your duties to you.
Very well. I put the coat on, sort of thing, and like put it over my and if it has like a hood, I put it on my head and like sort of like follow him.
This will be a
Integrated
masked.
into my uniform.
This will be a masked ball. So the guards included will have to wear masks when it begins. Everybody in the Belkady's family will be wearing variations of cat masks. Here, panther masks for you three, he says, handing out some masks. The masks will allow you to speak Fey and Elven. Guard them carefully and give them back at the end of the night.
I sort of like chuckle a bit.
He looks
I don't-
back at you.
I sort of like, I am a wizard of many languages. I don't need such trinkets.
You will need a mask if you're going to work in a masked ball.
Very well. I'll wear the silly little mask, but don't notice. Notice.
What race are you? He says, looking you up and down at your bright orange colour. Are you some sort of southern wrestler?
I just chuckle at him. I say, I am a djinn. A djinn of fire.
Ugh, that's all we need, he says under his breath, and leads you in. Right. There are different areas of the palace. I'll be showing you around. He leads you through the main gates into a big courtyard. In the centre of the courtyard is a fountain with a statue of a siren in it, singing, and the water's splashing out of the siren's mouth. This is a big sort of open area where coaches can turn and deliver the guests as they arrive. On the left, there's a big stable area where they'll be leaving their coaches and horses, etc. On the right, there's some big elaborate doors into another set of buildings, and right ahead there are staircases flowing down from the main part of the palace. But he doesn't lead you up the staircases. Everything is hung with the black and gold banners of the Belkady's clan, and looks absolutely pristinely brilliant. This is where the guests will arrive, and this is where, when sun sets, the Fairy Queen Titania will arrive, and all the guests will assemble here to greet her. You will be floating guard members, tasked with overcoming any major problems that break out in any of the other locations. The palace ahead will be my responsibility. You won't really be needed in there, but I'll show you around the other areas. He leads you through some doors to the right, which opens up into a huge ballroom with a checkered marble floor, black and white. It's probably about 120 by 240 feet, and a very high ceiling, hung with chandeliers. There are little alcoves and balconies around the place. We're overlooking the ballroom. On the north wall is a big, long bar with lots of mirrors. He sort of points to the bar and says, stay sober, but if you need a drink, you can have a drink there. If you need healing, there's a barrel of healing potion. So help you, if there's some damage done, just ask for help there.
I put my hand
question?
up. Yes, I do. I have a question, good sir, if I may.
Ask away.
I say, so, has your men and servants checked all the surrounding areas for loose cables to the chandeliers and any sort of trappings, devices, or anything like that? May I ask?
What do you think we are? Of course we've checked everything. My men check everything. They're the best men in the world. You don't need to tell me my own job. Do you think you need to tell me my own job?
No, but sometimes, since we are dealing with royalty, sir, sometimes there might be a mole within the ranks sometimes. So I just like to make sure that everything has been thoroughly checked and there is no such mole within your facilities, if you catch my drift.
My good man, you are
Good
speaking to an
woman?
elf.
A good woman?
My good woman, excuse me, my good woman. You are speaking to an elf. I have been in the service of Belcady's family for over 100 years. My family have been in this room there, and he gives you a piece of his mind and says all his men are above reproach, and there might be some people amongst the servants, but it's unlikely. Everybody loves the family. Okay, I'll just pause there because I see that we're joined by Heath. So we will be a full complement. Just Heath, your adventurer has. Can you hear me? Are you there, Heath?
Your mic must be muted, Heath. Well, while he's logging back in, I'm at the bar, completely ignoring what our employer is saying, trying to get a drink.
Okay then. Up at the bar, there are some. They're just setting up the bar at the moment. There are glasses out, and there's a sort of a set of pretty elf women setting up the bar, and one of them notices you. Yes, can I help you?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you,
There we go.
All right, sweet.
So, you have worked before with Captain Francois Troubeau, which is Travis's character, and he's contacted you saying that there's some security work at the Elven Palace and to meet him there. You arrived a bit late, so they've already gone in, but a guard at the gate escorts you in through a courtyard and into the ball area where everybody else is. The door opens and a guard says, "There's one more claiming to be a member of your party. This is him," he says, turning round and indicating the next person who walks through these massive, elegant double doors.
I wave him in. Yes, right this way. It's good to have you.
So, are you ready to describe yourself, Heath, or shall I give you a moment?
No, that's fine. At the moment, V appears to be a tall, rather voluptuous female elf, wearing a elegant ball gown. However, at her hip there is strapped a pair of small daggers. She is not without defense, and the parasol is over her shoulder.
Yeah. Says Captain Alabes takes out his monocle and looks at you and says, "Oh, ladies." Mm-hmm.
As you can see, we come prepared for every occasion, including a downpour, sir.
He struts up to this tall, voluptuous elf, and this is a man in Belcady's gold and black uniform, and he seems to have a commander's uniform, and he tries to take your hand to kiss it.
Oh, of course, all the formalities and such. I extend it, limp-wristed, bow slightly at the hip.
Oh, tell me, allow me to introduce myself. I am Captain Alabes of the Century Guard. And you, my lady?
Oh, I am V, simply V. Perhaps you can find out the rest of my name later.
Well, that's a promising invitation, he says. And maybe I shall, he says. And then goes on to, are you here with these rapscallions to add your knowledge to this to the security forces tonight?
Yes, well, someone's got to keep these whippersnappers in check. God forbid they just be chin wagging all night if it wasn't for me.
Very good, he says. And so, let me explain. There's no climbing, though there are trellises on the walls with ivy growing on them, and they look easy to climb, and indeed they are easy to climb. There are no climbing notices all over the place, and there are gargoyles up on the ceiling, ready to attack and discourage people who get it into themselves to climb the trellises up to the balconies and upper levels. Sometimes the gargoyles have been given commands not to attack people who return to the floor, but occasionally they're overzealous in their guard duties, and you may need to restrain them from time to time.
No.
This sounds very interesting. How did one control such a beast?
As you're saying that, I'm over there with a stein of beer in my hand, and I am poking one of the lattices, kind of like looking up at the gargoyles, trying to figure out if I want to try to climb it or not.
The gargoyles are just sort of stretching their wings and looking over at you, but they're not moving at the moment. Yes.
Right along with his
In your
question.
direction. I see you've made friends already.
Right along with his question, if there's some apparatus or whatnot that controls them, I would implore this guard if there's just people in general that they want to attack, perhaps like, I don't know, the guard captain or.
Or maybe he is using the staff for controlling. Who knows?
He hands mysterious voluptuous elf. You are handed Belkady's cloak, which will identify you as one of the guards, and also a panther mask to wear later in the evening, when all the Belkady's household will have elements of cat masks to identify themselves in the masked ball that will start.
I wish to investigate this statue, or this gargoyle creature. I wish to study it more.
I'm going to ask him for a hand to put that cloak on.
You're not here to study. You're here to guard, and I'm here to explain your guard duties to you.
But this creature is most fascinating. I must know its originality, and where did you get such a creature? I must know these things.
If you work well, maybe we can offer you more of a permanent position here at the palace, and you'll get to know them better. But tonight, you have other duties, okay?
Very well. And then with that, I sort of like go to the bar to my friend and sort of like and see what's at the bar.
As you approach, I'll raise my stein and say, "This beer tastes like piss. Pretty good."
There isn't actually any beer here. There's just loads of different wines and a barrel of potion of healing, and there are various. She's just setting out. They're out of rate. You can't reach them from where you are, but on glass shelves next to the mirrors behind the bar, the woman is pouring various little shots of different coloured, glowing, loads and loads of different glowing shots of different colours that move it. Some look like lava lamps, some shine, some just boil and let off steam. Others, they're clearly magical. You can just tell at a glance that they're magical.
Ooh, I wish to do an insight roll on this. I wish to do what is it?
Arcana?
Arcana, yes, please. As I look at this marvelous wizardry. So I'm gonna roll my Arcana roll. Hey. Okay. It's 11 plus 6, 11, 12, 17 I got.
17. They're definitely magic potions. You would need an identify to really be sure what they are, but they're she's pouring them out, and there are hundreds of magic potions that she's pouring out.
Okay, so I say to the nice young or old elf lady, I say, "Excuse me, madam."
Mhm.
Trying to catch her attention.
She says, "I'm busy at the moment. Can I help you?"
I was wondering, what sort of potions are you pouring there?
This one, she looks through them and she's trying to tell you. I can't really remember which one's which. They told me what they all were, but I've got them muddled in my head. Would you like to try one? I'm not supposed to offer it to guards. It's only people who've got tickets.
Ah, I see. I wish to cast identify.
You're allowed one. Just cast as a spell. Identify.
Yes, identify lets me identify any magical properties that the.
Yep. So you're not. Are you doing it as a ritual, and have you got the material components? Have you got?
No, because of my wand. Because I got arcane wand, I can just if it requires gold, I have to use components. But if it doesn't require gold, then my arcane stone can cast the spell.
If it requires something that requires money, gold cost, it requires gold, and it, as I identify, does require 100 gold pieces worth of components. So it would actually, in this case, require your components. Have you got any money? You could, if you want, have said you've bought the material components for this to cast, if you'd like them. If you'd like to cast your identify for the spell, but you will need to cross off 100 gold.
Yeah, okay then. I use that and.
Okay then. Very quickly, there are 10 different varieties of potion here. I'm not going to go through all the details too much, too quickly, but clear, cloudy one gives you flying. Muddy one with brown sediments, animal friendship. Brown, grey, and green gives you climbing. Red lava lamp gives you growth or shrinking. Flickering orange, smoky one gives you fire breath. Clear liquid with silver ivory bits in it, might be some kind of giant strength, you don't know which one. Bubbling blue one is heroism. Purple and pink with a pink brain is mind reading. A yellow with black swirls buzzing around it is haste, and one is vitality.
I say to the, I look at the lady, and I sort of wave with my hand a little bit and do a charm person on her, be very seductive and very charismatically to her, and say, "Oh yes, I'll politely give you a gentle hand, my lady," and charm her with my charm person.
Okay. As you're casting your charm person spell, a counter spell happens at the same time as the captain. Captain Alabeth casts a counter spell, says, "I haven't finished my explanation of your duties yet. No chatting to. Come with me, and I'll show you the next part of your duties."
Yeah, very well. And she gets a bit frustrated that she wanted the fire-breathing bottle. Damn it! Oh well.
I am. I'll turn around and go back as well, but as one last act of defiance, I'm gonna throw my Balcadise blue cloak over my left shoulder and randomly pick up one of these shots and cast my own identify.
They're actually out of range. You'd have to jump over the counter and grab one.
I'm pretty athletic. Okay, I'll
Okay.
do it.
It's not difficult. Just do a straight. You choose acrobatics or athletics. Just don't fumble.
All right, let's see. It would put me at a 10, so not great.
Okay, no, you get over there and roll me a d10.
5.
Okay, you grab the closest one, move, and as it goes down, this smoky orange liquid, your throat just feels on fire, and you sort of cough, and smoke comes out of your mouth, and everything hurts inside.
I'm going to put my fist up to my mouth and walk back to the group, not saying anything.
He doesn't say anything, but there's little streams of smoke coming out the side of his mouth, and his stomach is rumbling. Right, follow me, says the guard captain, leading you down to the left, down to out of the ballroom area, where the orchestra is setting up, and into a little side garden where there are 3 marble tiers around a central sunken garden which has a thorny maze in it. Stairs from the north and south lead down to the maze, which is about 20 foot below the 3 marble tiers. And down in the maze, there are 5 foot wide passageways leading around not a very large labyrinth, but probably about 100 by 100 feet. And there are 3 open areas in there. In one area in the labyrinth, because you're above in the marble tiers, you can see down into the labyrinth. In one area, there is a griffin that is on a chain, and a griffin handler, and in another area there's just a sort of combat arena, a sort of combat ring stamped out and marked out. And Captain Alibeth explains that this is the Toreador Garden. Here, down in the maze, there will be a sort of rodeo, a griffin riding rodeo for people who are more adventurously inclined, and anyone who wants to try sparring with Don Miguel or anyone else can spar in that circle. But apart from in that one circle, combat is not to be encouraged, and it is to be stopped with brutal efficiency. Okay? The only thing we say is, if fights do break out, you've got to choose. Fights will break out. This is the kind of people we're inviting. Trouble will happen tonight. Your job is to stop it with overwhelming force, but to make sure nobody dies. Okay?
Understood.
Guests will have either a silver invitation or a gold invitation. If they've got a silver invitation, you can do with them. You can eject them if you want, but they have been invited. They are guests, and they are quite powerful people in society. Be careful. If they've got a gold invitation, make sure they don't die. Treat them with kid gloves, and probably take their side in a fight, unless they're fighting against one of the family. Understood?
Understood.
Understood.
If they have a gold invitation, don't eject them from the party. Just, if there is a big problem, send for me or send for one of the family. Okay?
Understood.
At the center of the little labyrinth, you see a big statue of a Toreador killing a Minotaur. And this statue is on a marble block, and underneath the marble block there's a steel door. In this marble block there's a large steel door in it with what look like big dents from the inside. Okay. Captain Fernando, he introduces you to a guard in Belcady's clothes. He will. This is sorry, Sergeant Fernando. He's in charge of this area. And he'll have a patrol of 6 people. I didn't introduce you to Sergeant Alberto in the ballroom because he hadn't turned up yet. He has other duties at the moment, but he'll be in charge of the ballroom. Each of my men will be in charge of various areas, but we will be connected by a telepathic bond, and if they need you for any help, they will just give you a telepathic message. Understood?
Understood.
And then, lastly, these are the Orange Gardens, he says, leading you into a large expanse of bounded by glowing, lit up walls. There are pools, grottos, trees. You notice a beautiful spider just climbing through the air. There's nothing, you can't see anything. We cast invisibility on the webs, he explains. It's so that the sunlight can come through, and we have a greenhouse effect in the gardens. But it stops people flying in, and it will stop the guests, pixies, and what have you flying out. We keep the spiders overfed, and we clip their mandibles, so they rarely actually kill victims. But victims do fly into the webs and get caught by the spiders, and sometimes the spiders can get quite aggressive when we go to retrieve them from their larders. Retrieving victims who've got stuck in the web might be one of your duties. It's what we might use you for occasionally. Okay? And this is Sergeant Ariana. He will be in charge of this area, and in the gardens, this is where most of the Fae will be employed. Now he leads you from the gardens into the throne room, which is a large shaded room with columns. It's actually built out of marble, but to resemble a forest. There are patches of light and patches of shade around pools in the floor. And next to a pool, buzzing away, you see a giant wasp and a rather fat elf sitting down on a marble plinth. He's also in military uniform and has a whole load of medals on him and tassels hanging from him. He's obviously very important. Captain Alabath salutes him and says, "Allow me to introduce to you the princess's brother, Don Hippolito." And Don Hippolito stands up and looks you over. Very good, very good. Are these the security detail?
Yes, Your Lord.
You'll be working for me. Hopefully Captain Alabeth has explained your duties to you. Any questions?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Honored to be working here this evening. I wish you a delightful party tonight.
Thank you very much. Just a word. This is a throne room. It's off limits to most people. Only people with gold invitations will be allowed here. You will have problems getting in because you're not members of the regular staff. If you need to come in here, just talk to one of the guards on the doors. They'll let you in. But let me... I forgot to mention, but when you arrived in here, Chandra, you start feeling just slightly oppressed. You don't know what it is. But Captain Don Hippolito explains that this area has various enchantments to keep out elementals. So maybe it's your lineage is being interfered with, and it's sort of suppressing some of your boisterous spirit, as it were. I wouldn't try to get in here without the agreement of the guards. This is where we keep our most valuable treasures. Now, the reason why I've employed you is because we've heard a rumor that there'll be some thieves attacking. Now, our guards are perfectly up to the. Our guards and our magic is perfectly up to the task. But the princess, for some reason, wanted to employ other guards. So here you are. She's received news that the Hammer of Everest. He leads you up to the throne. There, in a pool. To get to the throne, you have to cross a bridge over a pool. And at the bottom of the pool, you see this obviously dwarven hammer, sort of glimmering in the water. The Hammer of Everest is one of our most prized possessions, and this is probably what the thieves will be going for. Dwarves have often sent parties here to try and recover the hammer, but they've all failed. There's no chance. Our security is much too good. In fact, I invite you all, if you dare, to have a go at taking the hammer.
I peer down closely, examining it in detail. The contacts I'm wearing give me ability to see fine detail at great distance. What exactly is the hammer composed of? Is there writing on it? I do read Dwarvish.
Okay, make an investigate roll.
Investigate. 13.
13? There are dwarven runes on it. You're not an expert, but you guess it's magical. But something about the way that the water's moving around it, flowing and rippling, suggests that what you can actually see is not actually there. It's just an illusion anyway.
I approach the good Francois captain and I say, Captain, what have you found there with your goggles? I see you have some sort of interest in some object.
Oh, the life of security. Things are not always as they seem.
This is most interesting.
Okay, and quickly on to Shane, the barbarian. He turns to you. You look like a man of adventure. Would you like to give it a go?
I just put up my hands like you asked for it, and I'll start unbuckling my going down and unbuttoning my doublet. I'll throw it on the ground, throw my necklace on the ground and my greatsword, and dive in.
Okay, swim.
Yep, go right for it.
Okay then, as you
Leaning back, enjoying the show.
I wish to do a Iconics check on the actual water that surrounds this mighty hammer of form.
Okay. I'll go with Shane first. You swim down there, and you grab at the hammer, but your hand just passes through where it should be.
Ooh, that makes me angry. So I'm gonna rage.
Okay, the water, and also something in the water starts moving.
So I'm going to rage, and then I think maybe it's like a trick of the light or something, so I'm going to start grabbing in areas around where it looks like the hammer's at.
Okay, then. Make okay. Something suddenly tries to... the water starts moving in a strange way, and what's your armor class?
17 unarmored.
Unarmored. Okay. Something tries to attack you. You feel something sort of sweep past you. You can't see it, but instinct takes over, and you manage to sort of dodge out of the way of something that's trying to buffet you.
I'm trying to hold my breath, so bubbles are
What do you
coming
want?
up as I.
What do you want to do now that you've got to the hammer, but it wasn't there? Are you going to stay in the water or come out?
No, I'll swim back up to the top, but when I get to the top of the water and come out, I'm gonna look at the ceiling and see if the bottom of this moat is a mirror or something, and the hammer's not actually planted up top.
hmm Again, make a swim roll and athletics roll.
Okay, I'm rage still, so I
You've got
should be able to. This is the only turn I'll be able to keep it though. Oh, it's a good thing I had it. 18, 24.
24. Okay, like a explosion, you come out of the water, raging and frothing at the mouth.
Yeah, you know,
Um,
and I throw my hair and some beads of the liquid fly out and splash on the stone. It's very majestic.
And as you fly out of the water, this sort of serpent-like form flies out of the water after you. And what did you say your armor class was?
17.
Ooh, this time it hits you, and you take 16 points damage, bludgeoning damage.
And that's non-magical, just regular?
That's regular.
Okay.
And okay, and it tries pulling you back into the water. Make a strength save.
I probably still have advantage because I haven't had another turn yet, right?
Yep.
Alright. 11, 17.
Okay, you manage to hold on, and the water sort of, you can feel it dragging you back to the pool, but it doesn't actually pull you into the pool.
I turn to the captain. Just a moment. I can't be losing men this early in the day. Step over, grab, help pull him in.
Okay. When you get to about 10 foot from the pool, this thing stops thrashing at you, and just the water gradually settles.
So can I do my Arcana check now?
Yep.
I just wish to investigate the strange goings on because that's what my character flaw is. Okay, so I'm gonna roll that die. So that's 3. I got a 9.
A 9. Basically, only what you already know is some kind of illusion, a permanent illusion in the water of the hammer, which is probably somewhere else. Okay, just the Don Hippolyto has been laughing at this, and he says, "Oh, good try. I like your spirit, boy. You should be good at breaking up fights. Now we have about an hour before the guests start arriving. I suggest you rest, do anything you need to do, and then basically I'll cast a spell to connect you with all my captains, and then you'll be on guard. You walk round, stop fights breaking out, check the invitations of the guests. Some might be forged and have got past the gates. If you don't like anyone with a silver invitation, you're perfectly welcome to throw them out if you think they're suspicious. People with gold invitations, you do not have the authority to do that. If you need any healing, go to the bar. Apart from that, any questions?
No.
Will we receive copies of the appropriate tickets so we can examine correctly, make sure they're good, authentic?
Oh, very well. He gives you a copy of the silver and the gold invitations.
I wish to investigate. I wish to do an investigation on this pool still. So after doing my trying to figure out where the magic comes from, I wish to investigate exactly what sort of whereabouts, investigate sort of like, I wish to do an insight roll of like, I'm trying to figure out like, where the spell is like originating from, like where exactly how it is produced. So that's what I like to do with my insight.
Insight is really for understanding people's motivations, whether they're lying or telling the truth. What they're if they've got. It's not about magic. Arcana is about magic.
Okay. So what does investigation do?
Investigation. You look around for clues, evidence,
Yeah.
etc., like that.
Yeah, I like to search around for like clues to this magical pool.
Okay. Make a roll and tell me what your result is.
Okay. Damn it. I got a very low roll. I got a 6.
A 6. Okay. You don't see anything. Okay, I'll tell you. You see, in the corner of in the corner along the walls where the cleaners have failed to clean up or failed to notice, there are little traces of some sort of little powder, scaly powder that you have a look at, and you've seen it. It's a little, it's something that exists, some life form that exists on the plane of water. It's a sort of plant life from the plane of water that they use to feed water elementals. So in the pool is some kind of water elemental. That's all you're able to pick up.
So I'm going to take the scrappings of this food with my tweezers and put it into like a glass jar, and like I'm going to examine this during our rest period.
Okay. So in your rest period, you have a short rest. You can get back any hit points you need.
I get a spell back! Yay! Iconic recovery.
Does that give you your rages back, or is that only a long rest?
I think a short rest does. I'll have to check. I would ask this though also. When I look at the ceiling, do I see anything like above the water pits? Because I'm still kind of convinced this is like just a reflection or something stupid like that.
The ceiling of this place the floor is quite light, but the ceiling is quite dark, and you don't see anything up in the ceiling. No.
Well, that's all I got.
There are other doors out of here. Captain Alabeth points out doors to the private family quarters, but he says these are strictly off bounds. You will not be allowed through there, and neither will any of the guests.
Have I seen any of the family members by by this point?
Don Hippolito is one of the family members.
That's who he's seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the throne room.
So can I with this food that I got in the short period thing that we're doing now, can I do like a Arcanic check to see what eats this food?
Most water elementals will eat this kind of food.
Can I sort of narrow it down to a specific one or not?
No.
I spend the remainder of my time walking the beat, looking things over, what the norms are, what sizes of the rooms are, where the guards are located, all that kind of thing. Look around, examine everything carefully, how much of a tug it takes to get a gargoyle's attention, that kind of thing. Just familiarizing myself with the entirety of the building.
The gargoyles don't react if you just touch the tendrils or the tresses. You'd have to get a foot or two off the ground before they really start to react.
Understood.
Ooh,
The ceiling. Just how high up in the ceiling are the webbing?
Oh, out in the garden, the webs. There's about 40 feet up to the webs.
All right, 40 feet to the webs. Okay. All right.
Between 40 and 50, they vary. They're attached from trees of different heights to the top of the walls. The walls are 40 feet up, and the trees are different heights.
Very well. Guard stations. Where do I find each of the sergeants in each of the rooms? That information would also be valuable.
Basically, they may move around, but in the northwest corner.
Very good. Okay. All right. Each one. So they're floating around the room, but I can find them in each room. They're available. Okay.
I would. Oh, sorry, Cass.
Go on.
I was gonna say I'd try to catch Francois by himself too during the downtime to have a quick word with him, since I know he's a thief. He's a member of the Fellowship, and I would approach and say, "So, Francois, what do you think of that hammer? Sounds pretty valuable."
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. As it happens, tonight the guild's job is keeping it here. The Fellowship of the Purse is all about filling the purse. Our mission tonight pays better to keep it here than it does to make it disappear, as one of the bards put it. So tonight we keep it nice and tidy, wherever the family wishes.
I wonder if, and I'll look both ways shadily, we could have our cake and eat it too. And raise an eyebrow. Chandra seems to be pretty good with magic. I wonder if she could make an illusion of the hammer if we could find the real one. Stop the dwarves from stealing it while we walk out with the real thing and their money.
Low blink. Some things are better thought than spoken, shall we say.
And very disconcertingly, I will wink at you and say, "Oh, I see what you're saying. Mum's the word." And I wink and walk away.
I look to the heavens. Oh my.
And Heath, what will you do in the hour?
Yeah, what did you say the guard captain's name was that we've been following around?
Captain Alaves. I'll write that in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to follow him around and try to butter this guy up.
Okay. He's make a reaction roll or make a persuasion. Is it roll with advantage? Because he's very happy to be buttered up.
Okay. So we got a first roll is a 7 before modifiers, and then the other roll is a 19 before modifiers. I'll take that one.
What would you like to know, or what would you like out of him? He gives you his number, his address when he's off duty. He gives you two tokens to get drinks from the potion bar, and he seems very willing to tell you anything that to show off his knowledge to you, just depending on which direction you want to lead him.
Oh, of course. I'm gonna make a show like, oh, you're such an intelligent man. What are you doing? That's just a mere guard captain. You deserve to be, much higher in status than this. Your intellectual prowess knows no bounds, sir. And I'm going to also ask him, kind of, nonchalantly, like in passing, just make it appear as though, just, curious, if he knows anything about there was an old contract between I believe it was the wizards and the clerics and that that they've been keeping hidden, and rightfully so. And should this come to light, it would kind of lessen the stranglehold that the arcane magic users have on the divine magic users. And it's very important to me that I know where this is located at.
Oh yes, he knows all the history of this family. This family, though it's noble now, started as a family of thieves, and they stole all sorts of things. And
Oh, really?
They stole this contract. Don Pelayo, the founder of the family, stole this contract between the wizards and the thieves. The Treaty of 772, and that is held. That's actually displayed in a display case in the throne room. You won't be able to get into the throne room without being invited, but if you just tell one of the guards at the door, cherry picker, the guard should let you through. That's the sort of password of the day to get to see him. And but he tells you that it's protected. It's protected, but it's not one of their most valuable treasures. So there's just a few, magic mouths and things like that to alert the guards in the room to anyone trying to steal it. So
Not one of their most valuable treasures. That's awfully bold, considering the state in which the wizards and the clerics find themselves in.
The society in Glantri is very secure of themselves. It'd discomfort them, and it'd strengthen the underground against the wizards getting this, and it would be a rallying call to the, but it'd be more for propaganda value than possibly anything else.
Still, sir, that's very bold of them to just display it so.
He explains that he is responsible for. He devised the security of this palace personally, and there's no way that it's his brains against the brains of lesser mortals that has come up with the defences of this palace, and there's no way that people could steal these things, break into the inner sanctums and steal things.
So at this time, I've definitely, very, very ladylike, I've had my arm out and let him, wrap his arm around or lay his hand on top or whatever. And, I laugh at, as he's talking about the security, kind of swat him on the chest, like, no wonder everything's so extravagant here, like none I've ever seen, sir. Perhaps you could, surely, if this is just what the general area is like,
I wish to do something.
What can be found inside the throne room? You said just a few magic mouths. Surely you jest. It's the throne room, good sir. Someone of your intellectual prowess would not just have it be magic mouths. You wound me.
The magic mouths. There are magic mouths, of course, alerting the guard if anyone gets close to it. There are a few mundane traps, and the glass over it is made of steel. But apart from that, it's invisible steel. But apart from that, it's really mundane. There are, of course, the Century Guard are all trained wizards in this place. There's no way to teleport in or out of the area, and elementals, fae, or anything that's not from this plane will have problems moving in or out of the area. It can only be done by mundane ways. All the doors are arcane locked, that kind of thing, he says.
Very, very clever. Not as simple as you would lead me to believe, Alibis.
Uh, of course, I've got more to me than that, and I'll show you. I'll let you get to know those little bits more someday if you
I'm
play
sure
your
you.
cards right. Okay, so that's. And are you ready to tell me your name now? Now that we've got to know each other a little bit better.
Not quite.
Okay, hard to get. I like you. Okay then. Moving on to Chandra, were you going to ask something?
Yeah, I want to go to the actual pool again, right? And
Oh, you can't get into the family rooms. Are you
oh,
going to ask the guard at the? This
yeah,
is really off duty to you, but
yeah.
would you be allowed?
I asked the guy if it's okay if I could just like look at the pool one more last time, if that's all right with him. You know, if
Um,
he could escort me if he wishes to, but I just wish to like do something to do some investigation on this pool.
okay. Make a persuasion roll. He's busy on other things, but if you talk him into it, you can do it.
Okay. I use charm person.
You
I
don't
wave
need
my
to.
hand.
That might be a bit too much, actually. He's got counter spells and things like that. You've already seen him cast a counter spell.
Ask him very politely and say, please, I just wish to look at this pool. I'm very interested in this pool, and
Mhm.
I really like to have a look at it
Okay,
one more time.
okay. Very briefly, very briefly, but I've got other things to do.
Okay.
He lets you in, and
Excellent.
look at the pool.
Okay, so I go up to the pool, and I speak primal, which is the language of the elementals, and see if it responds, if the water responds.
What do you say?
I say, creature of the great pool,
Mm.
are you there?
And how close do you want to stand?
I'm not too. I stand about 20 feet, or like 10 feet away, so you can hear my voice.
Okay. There's a ripple in the water, and it's almost like a head almost emerges from the water, but then the water settles again and the ripples spread out. It doesn't say anything, but it seems to react to what you said.
Ah, powerful creature of the ocean and waves. Please, do not fear me. I mean you no harm. I just wish to know what exactly you are. I speak in elemental language. See what it responds.
Again, there's a ripple, but no voice.
No voice.
Just to speed things on, it can't actually speak. So you're
Ah.
it does seem to understand you, but you won't be able to get anything out of it from that.
Can I do? Let me see. Let me see. I can choose dispel magic. Choose one creature or object, sort of thing. What's it called? Dispel. That's it. Choose one creature or object or magical effect which in range. It's a third level spell or lower. The ends of and I get plus 10. What's it? Let's make a. I think.
Dispel magic would stop a spell effect.
Yes.
Or
So I wish
like
to.
that.
So I wish to stop the illusion of this hammer and see if it's really there.
Ooh. Make a dispel magic.
Okay, so it's a DC plus
yes.
10 to my spell.
Basically, you roll a 20 and add your. I believe you asked. I haven't done dispel magic, but I believe it's you roll a d20 and add your spellcasting modifier, and if it gets above 10 plus spell level, you'll dispel the magic. Oh,
Okay, cool.
Or is it the DC of the caster, or is it the 10 plus spell level?
It's a plus 10 to my DC level, so it has to pass a. See, my DC is 13 plus 10 will make that 23. So it has to be a 23.
No,
think.
I think you've got that wrong.
No? All right. So do I roll?
Right there. Sorry, I put it right there in the chat if you're interested.
Yeah, Heath, you're a more experienced GM than me. This is my first GMing on the one-shot group. Could you explain the rules?
Yeah, it's you choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower when the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher, however, on the target, you make an ability check using your spell casting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. And on a successful check, the spell ends.
Okay. So I roll a dice, yeah, and add my intelligence modifier. Is that what you're saying, yeah?
Intelligence plus proficiency.
Okay. So that's 6.
Okay, and the result?
Is see, hang on, I've got to do this correctly. Hang on. Alright, so I'm rolling 2 dice here. Right.
You rolled a 6 on your ability check.
Yeah.
Did you roll a 6?
Yeah,
That's
6.
gonna automatically fail. Since the DC is 10 plus the spell's level if it's higher than 4th, right?
He can't roll a 6. 6 has to be his actual modifier.
Yeah, my modifier is actually plus. What's my modifier? Hang on. My modifier for spell casting is +3. It says here spell bonus. +3.
Should be 3, then plus your proficiency, which is also 3.
Yeah. So that'd be 6.
Okay.
So then it's a D20 plus 6.
D20 plus 6. Right. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So 6. So I got 6, 9, 10, 10, just about.
10 total.
Yeah.
Rolled a 4. Okay. You cast your spell, but you see a ripple in the pool, and the hammer doesn't disappear.
So it does exist there then.
Well, you don't think. You feel you were contesting the magic. You knew that there was magic down there. You were trying to break the magic, but the magic was too powerful for your spell to break down the defenses. So the illusion still survives. It survives your dispel magic. It was more powerful than 3rd level and more powerful than your spell could deal with.
This is most interesting. I sort of like speak once more to the creature, to the water, and like say, "May I take a sip of your fine water?"
There is no response, but a guard at the door says, "I wouldn't do that if I were you."
Why is that, guard? Do you know about this elemental?
Yep, it drags things into the pool and drowns them.
Ah, I see. And where did you acquire such a creature?
Not my job. I don't acquire these things. It's the top brass who cast the spells.
Oh, I would like to be introduced to this top brass person.
You already have. Well, actually, I don't know who cast the hammer spell. That was cast before my time. So years ago. Might be Don Pelayo himself who cast that one. But
do you have a library, a history about this hammer?
You actually know some sort of details. It was a legendary hammer by the king of the Dwarven Kingdom of Rockholm, used to fight orcs and elves, and in the Orc-Dwarf Wars at one stage, there were, and it laid devastation and was a holy weapon to the dwarves. but one day, after the wars were over, Don Pelayo, an elven thief, snuck into the dwarven kingdom and stole it. And on the success of that, he became renowned and famous throughout Glantri, and he established the House of Belcadis. And so this is the sort of foundation of the House of Belcadis. It said if they lose it, the house might fall.
I see. This is
The
most.
legend. But you're led out of the throne room now.
Okay. I say thank you. I sort of bow to the guardsman and say thank you, good guardsman. My investigation was most interesting. That creature and that hammer really is quite interesting. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. And he gives you a smile. What time? If I could tell you more history when I'm off duty, if you want to come round to mine.
I'm sorry, I do not swing that way. And I sort of just walk away from him.
Okay. And Shane, have you done anything in the hour's rest, or were you just resting up?
For expediency's sake, we'll say I just have another drink and piss around.
Okay. So, an hour later, you come on duty. The guests start coming. They're all wearing masks. You have to put on your mask. Before everything happens, Don Hippolyto gathers everybody together, and the guard sergeants, you lot, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this, and a little sprite called Marshal Hellebore, who is advance guard from Titania, the Sprite Queen. He's here to help in security, and he introduces himself and just quickly explains that Titania, the Queen, has three potential major sources of potential problems coming in her court. Eward, the Goblin King, has been Eward the Goblin King has been in rebellion, but he's been subjugated by the Summer Queen now, and is in captivity. But he's coming with his 20 honor guard, the Goblin King, and though he's subdued by the Summer Queen, and he's terrified of her, the Goblin King is a goblin. He does like a bit of mischief, and he's got a taste for baby elf flesh. So I'd keep an eye on him if I were you. The other one
What color is his invitation?
Pardon?
What color is his invitation?
It'll be a gold one. All the people who are the Fae have got they don't have invitations as such. They the Fae who arrive with this Summer Queen haven't received invitations. They just, if you meet people from the Feywild, they're slightly different. The next one is there's a diplomacy party from the Nine Hells. A few incubuses guarded by spine devils.
There it is, gentlemen. I have to go. Thank you so much. Had fun. We'll see you next time. Thank you, guys. Oh, I knew my time would be short. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Shame I didn't move through things faster. Okay. Nice to play with you, and hope to see you in another game in the future.
Yes, sir. Have a good one. Thank you, guys.
You too, man.
And the last one to warn you about is there's also an angel from the heavens, also on a diplomatic mission. That could cause problems. Watch out for those three. Otherwise, there's just the usual pixies, sprites, and things. They cause problems.
Oh.
But you've heard about them.
So what's this angel you speak of? Is she part of a religious cult?
I don't really know much. She comes from one of the outer planes, and I don't know. She's here on a diplomatic mission. I'm only here for security. I don't know what he's here for, but he doesn't he doesn't he doesn't have much tolerance for wrongdoers. You may enter combat with wrongdoers.
I see. Thank you for the heads up.
Okay, so having introduced you to these people, he connects you. You're connected all telepathically. He suggests you stick together, and then the guests arrive. Coaches pull up. Nobles come out all in masks and make their way into the ballroom to start with, get a few drinks, and some go on to the labyrinth, the maze, to have a go at the Griffin Rodeo or have a go at the fight. Others mingle into the garden, and it's you know that the Elf Queen should arrive when sun sets. It's midsummer, so sun sets late. But when sun sets, the gates will be closed to the mortal realms and opened to the Feywild, and then the Summer Queen will arrive, and she'll cast the enchantment which gives this region its summer climate, its hot southern climate. So you're together, waiting, just sort of mingling around, waiting for things to happen. Can somebody make a perception roll, please?
Yeah. 24.
Okay. You come across beside the wall. You come across a stashed bag.
Ooh, I'm gonna look inside.
In the bag, you find a hammer identical to the hammer in the throne room.
I smile and think to myself, oh, saves me the trouble of having to create a spell.
Okay. And then a cry comes over the telepathy. There is fight breaking out in the ballroom. Fight breaking out in the ballroom.
Very well. I get my I get my wand out ready and go to the ballroom.
So
I'm gonna let them go to the ballroom. I'm gonna tell them, hey guys, I'm going to wait and see if I can catch who planted this hammer. They might be able to help us.
And mysterious woman, what are you doing?
I probably.
The voluptuous elf, Heath, what are you doing?
Yes. Where with this fight breaking out, where's the Alavez going?
Alabes will be making his way to the ballroom as well.
Okay. I'd like to, walk the halls here and get a feeling of the place I'm supposed to be guarding. Really measure it up. However, what I'm really doing is looking to locate the throne room.
You know exactly where the throne room is, but it seems that the real valuable treasures are illusions in the throne room, and they're held somewhere else.
Naturally, I suspected as much.
Probably in the private family quarters.
So, I want to, with this, having gleaned this little bit of knowledge, likely from my examination and talking in detail with Alves, I'm going to try to locate some more of the family members. So I've seen Don Hippoleon or whatever.
Are you responding to the cry for help from the ballroom or not?
I presume that there's enough security there that one extra body is not going to make a difference. Additionally, it would be wise for someone to stay on duty, elsewhere, in case this is a distraction. Being in that line of work, that's what I would do.
Okay, very wise. So So just quickly, where will you be heading?
Whilst
The four basic areas are the gardens, the coach, the coach arrival square, the Court of the Siren it's called, which contains the stables and coach houses. There's the ballroom, and there's the Minotaur and Toreador garden, which is where the maze is, and the sort of rodeo um, and sparring ring.
I suspect that I've already seen Don, so I suspect that the other ones are ladies. They won't be seen sparring. So I'll check out the garden through process of elimination, places I've been and haven't seen them.
Okay.
However, there's a good chance that they might be in the ballroom already. They might not. They might be waiting around to make a grand entrance. Who knows?
Okay. I'll move. And you weren't going to the ballroom either. So I'll deal with Chandra first, and then get back to you lot. So
Sure.
Chandra, you arrive at the ballroom. You see a fight breaking out between a man in a lion mask, and he's got 3 panther mask guards with him, and he's fighting against a moon, a dragon, and a sort of white-faced, miserable mask.
Okay, so is he, as I go in, because I'm just looking right now, observing the actual situation to see how well the actual guardsmen of this establishment that we are at are dealing with this situation.
Okay.
So I'm judging, just like a situation, trying to situate the situation before heading in.
The lion mask, when he sees you come in, says, These 3 are intruders from the Erewhon clan. It's death for them to be here, and you, sir, you work for me. Attack them, he says to you.
Mm.
You work for the Belcadiz. I am Don Diego de Belcadiz, so you work for me. Attack them.
I say, can I have a look at your ticket, sir?
I'm of the Belcadiz family. I don't need a ticket.
Can I have a look at your pass, sir?
He pulls up his face, and there's an elf there. He says, I don't need a pass. I'm family. And as this happens, one of them makes a stab at him, but he parries with his rapier.
Mm. I sort of like... is there like a mind link between me and the person of the owner of this place? Because he did say if there was family involved to call him.
Yes.
Okay, so I sort of like, yeah. So I say, Plantorian, one of your family members is here causing a bit of trouble. What do you want me to do with this situation, sir?
Oh, back the family in all things.
Hmm.
Brutalize whoever he's brutalizing.
Very well. I sort of like sigh a bit.
Right then. One of them is casting a spell. The one in the moon mask is casting a spell.
And what's he casting?
You're not sure.
I sort of like. Does anyone react to this? Like, does any of the other guards like dispel it? Because I know that there are some guards that can do this.
Okay, I'll just make a roll. Yes, one of them dispels it.
Mm-hmm. And I sort of like go up to the man and say, "Please, can I have a look at your pass, good sir?"
And the moon mask, the 3 intruders turn and leg it through the crowds, pushing people behind them in their way.
That's very well. I sort of like turn to the guards. Do you wish to arrest these men, or
Yeah,
do you...
they chase them, catch them. They're intruders. They're not. They don't have passes.
I guess in like how far are they?
They've made 60 feet from you,
Okay,
and there's quite a few people in the way. You can't. They've got 3/4 cover.
Okay, I will like just do like a crate fire, like a little crate fire in front of them, like a war fire, just to scare them a bit and stop them.
What spell is this?
Crate fire. This is a canter. It's a cantrips.
And what's the range?
Crate fire. Let's see. Crate fire. Oh dear, where is that? Crate fire. Crate undead. Crate food.
Is it from the player's handbook or from another source?
No. It's from the. Oh yeah. It's
okay, go on.
Crate. It's from the player's handbook. Crate.
Is she not talking about create bonfire from Elemental Evil?
No. It's a crate. It's called crate. It's called crate fire or something like that, or make fire. I know it's from the player's handbook, so I put it's there. It's on page.
Produce flame? A druid?
Yes. Hang on, I've got it here somewhere.
Is it a druid thing, produce flame?
No, it's a cantrips that I do.
I
It's
think
on-
it's probably produce flame.
Produce,
Is it
yeah, that's it. Produce flame, that's it. Page 269.
So what's the range?
Produce flame, sorry. So yeah.
You can only produce it by yourself, not. It's on your. It creates a flame on yourself, not. It doesn't have a range. It has a range of self, so you can create them on your hand. And you can
okay.
throw it to about 30 feet, but you wouldn't be able to catch them with your flame.
Alright, can I do dancing lights on them to dazzle them?
What's the range of dancing lights?
Dancing lights is 120 feet.
Yep, you could cast dancing lights at them.
And it's up to 1 minute. So I'm gonna like look at them and do dazzling lights on them, so like they get like to confuse them in their running.
Okay. I'll make them. I'll give them each a dexterity check to see what how they react to that. Oh, they react well. Yep, they're a bit dazzled, but they just disappear into the crowd and you lose sight of them. You're not sure where they are now. I'll move back to you, Andrew. So what were you doing whilst you sent him off?
I'm going to find some bushes or something that gives me a little bit of cover and hunker down in stealth and watch the bag because I want to see who comes to retrieve it.
Okay. After a short moment, after a while, make a perception roll.
18.
You don't see anything, except you see the way a fly is moving around. You hear a mosquito buzzing, and you kind of spot it, and it lands on something and disappears, and then suddenly it starts flying and reappears. So you reckon something invisible is there, but you don't know what it is.
I'm going to scoop up a handful of mud and throw it like dirt, whatever, just throw it up in the air and see if it hits on anything.
It doesn't. It does, but as it lands on it, it disappears. So for a moment, you see this outline of something short, some short humanoid in front of you, and then it disappears again. It goes invisible.
So when I see the outline appear, I'm going to pull the hammer out of the bush and hold it out and start going like this with it and say, "I know you're there, you little fucking dwarf. Come over here, I have something I want to tell you."
Put the hammer away. You hear a voice.
Who am I speaking to?
You're speaking to Derek Thunderass.
You came to steal the hammer, didn't you? You're going to replace it with this fake.
That's the plan.
Well, it seems you're in luck, my friend, because I know a man in the Thieves Guild, and I want to steal the hammer as well. And if you're willing to hire me and pay me more than these guards are paying me, I'll gladly lend you my services.
Suit of elven chain, do you?
Sorry, what did you say?
A suit of elven chain?
Elven chain. Yeah. Excellent, excellent.
Then, do you have any accomplices who can help us?
I do.
We've been planning this for a long time, but it's still risky, and I don't know when the shit hits the fan, I don't know what's going to happen, but somebody's going to make it out with that hammer, and it might be one of us, it might be you, but we need somebody to get out of here with that hammer.
Well, look, the way I see it is, this hammer belongs to the dwarves anyways. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner.
Good move. Okay, I'm going to leave that there and move on to Heath.
Yeah, so like I said, cruising the halls, looking for family members, seeing who I can find other than Don.
Okay, you come across there's a sort of 13-year-old elf girl you are a good-looking elf, and the general idea of elven girls are good-looking, but this one's hasn't been blessed with good looks. Her teeth stick out a bit, and she's got a laugh a bit like a mule. And this is Donna Nuria, and she is attempting to sneak through the gardens with three of her sort of attendant girls. She's high up in the family. She's like a princess, and she's got three attendants of her own age who have been sent by lesser families to be educated with her.
Right. So I see her hamburglaring through the garden. I'm going to.
She says to you. She sees you as well and says, "Did the guild send you?"
Excuse me, young miss. The who?
The guild.
What guild do you speak of?
Are you the one who can? Oh, we don't mean anything. We don't mean anything. No. We mean the and one of her friends says the pony guild, the pony club.
Come now, surely you don't take me for a fool. Unless you do, of course, in which case you would be wrong. I couldn't rightfully tell you if I'm from the guild if I didn't know what guild it was I'm supposed to be from now, does it? Because I'm not from the pony guild.
They lean in and say, "Are you a wizard?"
I actually am. I dabble. I have a couple levels in wizard. So I'll cast mage hand or something, and make a show like plucking a rose from a bush and bringing it to her. So well, perhaps.
She takes the rose and says, "Great, come with us." And the scroll will be yours. And she leads you. she leads you to a tree, and the tree is climbable, and she starts climbing up the tree with her friends.
I'll
It's
follow.
quite careful. It can be quite scary high up, but you'll be all right if you hold on tight. They say.
Yeah, I'll follow. My curiosity piqued as to how she knows about what I'm on about.
Okay. Back to you. I'll jump back to you, Chandra.
Okay.
What do you? They've just disappeared, running into the crowd.
Okay.
What?
I guess since there's no immediate threat of people in the household or whatever, I'm just gonna let the guards deal with them because no doubt there'll be guards as they run in towards the exits and whatnot. So I'm not gonna be chasing after some riffraff. So I just say to the noble prince, the family guy who was in the mask, and say, bow to him and say, "Well, my lord, they no doubt your."
As you bow, Don Diego clips you round the ear and says,
Mhm.
"You work for me. I told you to catch that man." And
I just well, just walk away from him and just go and go back to my normal, back to the
right, you hear a sing
hmm?
behind you as you turn your back on him. What do you do?
I sort of turn around.
Okay, then he's attacking you with his rapier. Impudent wretch! And
As he does so, I wish as he does so, I wish to react very quickly with my wand. So I still got it out. I wish to dazzle light his face.
okay. Is that a spell? Is it?
Dazzle lights is a cantrips.
Just can you read its effect to me, or is
Yeah,
it
sure.
just light or dazzle?
It's a dazzle lights. You create up to 4 touch-sized lights within range that make appear as touchless lanterns or glowing orbs that hover in the air in that direction. You can also combine 4 lights into one glowing, very
Right. Dazzling lights. Yep.
yeah,
Dancing lights. Dancing lights.
yeah, dancing lights.
Okay.
Yeah,
And this, I can't remember. Is dancing lights? It's an action, isn't it?
it is a cantrips. So
Yeah,
cantrips
it's a
is
action. So roll for initiative. A d20 plus your dexterity modifier.
okay. So, plus my modifier. 16.
Okay, you get your dancing lights off before him, and they distract him a little. So I'll give him disadvantage. They don't usually give disadvantage, but because you use them and they're a surprise, I'll give him disadvantage on his first attack against you.
Okay.
So,
Alright, and so as he's been dazzled,
he lunges at you with disadvantage and hits an armor class of 8, so that he misses you.
okay, as he lunges forward with his hand, I touch his hand and give him a nasty hickey, which is a mage hand.
Mage Hand is not really an attack spell.
No, but it does burn. So he drops it.
Do you mean a fire one, or Mage Hand? It actually just moves things. It's like a manipulative. Do you do your produce flame again?
Yeah.
Or...
So yeah, I do produce flame in my hand to make him drop the rapier.
Okay, the dazzling lights As you cast Produce Flame, the dazzling lights. It's let's have a look. Oh,
So it
no, you
doesn't.
can-
Look, yeah, it's a cantrips. They're not. It's last. The cantrips last for 1 minute, and then because it's only
Produce Flame isn't a concentration, so it doesn't stop it. So
no.
okay. You
I'm
need
using
to
my
make-
I'm just using my cantrips because it's awesome. It's awesome. So as he comes forward, lunges forward, I quickly just grab produce flame on my hand and touch his hand to make him drop his rapier.
make an attack roll.
Well, it's not an actual attack, is it?
It would be to grab his hand because he's in combat and he's sort of moving around.
Okay. So it'd be my strength or dexterity.
It's actually because it's a spell. You can use your spellcasting modifier. So you're
Okay, +6.
+6.
Yeah, okay. So it's 12.
It's an AC of 12. No, he uses his rapier to flick your flame out of the way, and you don't manage to grab his hand at that moment. And he then tries to attack you again. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's your AC.
Yes, it does.
Okay, you will take 4 points damage.
Okay.
This guy is in the family, and you don't know. He didn't show his invitation, but you don't know where you'd stand in getting into a fight with him. What do you want to do now?
I just wish to disarm him still, so I'm gonna try and pat his hand again.
Okay, using the
with
same
my
technique.
use the technique to try and disarm him. Not to because he is family after all, and I'm trying to be civilized to this man. So I go for the go for the quick touch of his hand with the produce flame.
Okay, again, make another. You're being very restrained. People are noticing that. A few guards are gathering round and not sure who to help in this fight, because you are wearing the guards, and he is a known hothead of the family, and but they don't know whose side to take.
So I've got a 10.
Is it 10 total or 10 roll?
A 10 roll. 10 total.
A 10 total.
Yeah.
You miss him again, and he tries to stab you with his rapier again. Oof! Sorry about this.
Ouch! He hurts me big time.
Yeah. So.
Double damage, I guess.
Ooh.
8. Ouch.
Do you have anything you can do to avoid this, or?
No, I'm still alive because I got my hit points are 30.
He does you 18 points damage.
Okay, ouch. I take a bit of a stab in the arm, I'm guessing. And I get really angry at him. And
he's really angry at you. He's shouting, "I'm going to get you fired! I'm going to throw you to the spiders!"
And then all suddenly, out of pure rage, because he's doing my head in. Right, I'm gonna sort of cast. I'm gonna do it. Right, I'm gonna do fire spirit him.
I don't know what that does. Can you?
Okay. So in other words, I'm doing the badass spell in this room. I'm gonna do charm person on him.
Charm person.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Oh,
Yes.
Just make an Arcana roll.
Okay. I'm trying to I'm not trying to hurt this guy. I'm going to try to.
Just make a quick Arcana roll.
Okay. So Arcana roll. Hopefully it won't get dispelled. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 I got.
Before you cast the spell, you remember this guy is an elf, and charm person has no effect on elves. Or is
No,
it
it's
no
sleep.
effect?
It's only
Or
sleep.
they just have advantage on their saves. So
Yes. He has an advantage on his save. He has a save on the charisma.
yeah. So are you going to cast it despite the advantage?
Yeah, I'm gonna, because I want to, like, I'm just trying to disarm him.
Okay. I'll see. I'll just see what happens. Yeah. Oh, the spell doesn't seem to have any effect.
Okay. Okay. So it's his turn.
And he stops to warn you, though. I will run you through, unless you get after that man. Unless you get after those intruders. Come on, don't fight me. Fight them. And he chases after them through the crowds.
I let him chase them and don't follow.
Okay.
So I'm like, I create an illusion of myself running after them. Ah.
Okay, nicely done. Moving on, I'll give you 1 point of inspiration for that clever move of creating the illusion, and I'll move it on to Andrew. So, Shane, where do we find you in conversation with the dwarf?
I'm going to tell him, I need time. Let me meet up with my comrades. We'll go somewhere where we can talk, somewhere safe.
Okay. We're gonna try when the Elf Queen's court arrives. We're gonna when the Elf Queen's court arrives, we're gonna try and kick something off then. Just a distraction, but that won't be the hit. That'll just be another distraction.
All right.
Meet us here when the Elf Queen's court arrives, and we'll explain our plan.
All right, I'll be here.
Okay. Over to
Oh, I do want to say one thing though, Caius.
Okay.
When I walk away from the bush area, I'm gonna get to where I know I'm not being followed, like go back in towards the bar area, and then I'm gonna use my mental link, and I'm going to say, "Anybody there? Anybody there?"
Yes. I guess then I'm here.
Everybody can hear. Who is this? Name yourself and explain what help you need.
This is Shane. I have infiltrated the dwarven unit that's attempting to steal the hammer.
I see. Most interesting.
They think that I am going to speak with my allies to set up a meeting with them. We have arranged for it to take place near one of the walls. I suggest we set up an ambush, and when they show up for the meeting, we take them all out in one fell swoop.
Excellent. Well, before we meet up, I will go to the bar and help myself to some of that healing potion that they got back there, and I will see you soon.
We will probably need backup. Can you spare any more guards?
I'll see who is available.
And Captain Alabeth says, where would you like us to meet?
Let's meet outside in the courtyard, and then approach up on the rendezvous location together and try to take them out. They're using some kind of invisibility. Is there any way we can dampen it? You know this place better than anybody else.
Their invisibility. We can just. I'll use detect thoughts to try and find where they are, and then cast dispel magic on them.
All right. When they give me the signal, they say they're going to attack when the princess arrives. I'll go to the location like I'm meeting them like normal. I have the fake hammer they're planning on replacing the real one with. And when I get into position, I'll give you the signal, which will look like two doves flying up towards the sun. and have the guards attack.
Okay.
Over. Shh. And then I go to the bar and have another drink.
Okay, over to Heath.
Yeah, so I suppose I've followed this snaggletooth, little royal up the tree who somehow knows what I'm on about.
You get to a little tree house, and um, and there are all sorts of gothic kind of cobwebs on walls, little skulls, black candles, black unicorns painted on the walls, silver things, sort of silver webbing, and she looks like a sort of elf version of a goth. And she hands you a scroll and says, "Can you contact Don Paleo for us?"
I'm going to first and foremost examine this scroll. What is this? What is this scroll?
It's a scroll from the official School of Magic in Glantri, and it's labeled "Speak with the Dead."
So I'm going to take an educated guess here and assume that this fellow is deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
And she takes down a skull that is on a black velvet. There's a skull on a black velvet handkerchief, and she puts it in the center of the room, and all the girls sit down round it and hold hands.
As long as presumably as long as I can sit here and study the ritual, I can learn it, add it to my spell book, and then perform it.
Okay. Just make a perception roll.
Perception, you say?
Okay. No, Arcana. Make an Arcana roll.
Arcana, you say? Okay.
Yep.
I got a critical.
Critical success or a critical fail?
Critical success. My Arcana check.
The seal for the School of Magic is wrong, and just something feels wrong. You can't put your finger on what, but something feels wrong about this scroll.
I'm going to stop reading it immediately. I wasn't exactly born yesterday. I do know that some clever wizards have a tendency to booby trap scrolls that proc, when you read them. And I'm going to ask the young royal, where did you come across this scroll at? Who gave this to you, or where did you find it?
We went and sold one of my tiaras for it. We exchanged it. I did it, says one of her attendants. I went out and I went to the market, and there was somebody selling potions and scrolls in the market, and I said we needed to speak with the dead, and so he sold us this.
Yes, I'm sure he'd. Go ahead.
Because we want to contact Don Pelayo, my ancestor, says Donna Nuria.
What is it that you want to speak with him for? That you're so adamant about getting in contact with him?
Oh, because he's been dead, and I want to know what it's like to be dead.
Really?
I want to see the other side. I want to experience the mysteries beyond the curtain.
Well.
And all the other girls go, yeah.
Well, Have you tried anything yourself?
I've. I'm not. Hmm. I'm only really beginning my magical studies at the moment, and I'm not really good at it yet. So I haven't managed to it. I once managed prestidigitation, but that's as far as I've got.
At your age, prestidigitation, you're a natural, an adept, I dare say. You'll be slinging bolts of lightning and raising armies of the undead in no time. You need only be patient. This is a process that you cannot rush. There are no shortcuts in magic, young one. It
They're
takes many
listening
years.
attentively. They're listening all wrapped up. But can you do it? Can you do it?
I digress. Unfortunately, I have not advanced quite so far in my own studies yet. Again, it
But
takes devotion.
with the scroll, you could do it. You could do it.
Possibly, and then I'm going to have to break the news to him. Unfortunately, as you'll find in the big world outside, presumably you don't go out much. I mean that, and not as an offense, but being you know how it is. Surely being a royal, being coddled and protected. However, there are people out there that wish only to take advantage of you, and they will do so without a second thought. And I believe this man that you sold the tiara to is just one such individual.
You mean he was a spit everyone elf?
Perhaps, more matter-of-factly, he was a con man. I can tell you that there's something off about this scroll.
They, we, my elder sister cast detect magic on it. I'm sure it's magical.
Oh, it is magical, to be sure. There is definitely the arcane lingering in it. However, upon close examination, I scrutinized this in much detail as I gave it a glance, and there is something off about it, and I dare not read it any further lest, well, catastrophic things happen. For the safety of myself and you young ladies. And if you are expected to be a powerful necromancer here in the next few years, we can't have any harm befall you.
Oh, they look crestfallen, but you've persuaded them out of it.
I'll tell you what. If you'll be around in a couple months, I'll personally see to your studies, and I will assist you in contacting your ancestor. I'm going to kind of like lean in and put my fingers on my lips, like shh, shh, shh. But don't tell nobody. This is advanced stuff.
Oh, they get very excited at that, and they just worship you now. What's your charisma, by the way?
My charisma is pretty good. Let me double check. That's what I dumped all my fucking points into. 15.
And what's your name? They ask you. Or is this going to be the ongoing mystery of this game?
Yes, they just call me V.
V. Oh, that's cool, they say. And clap their hands, but you've averted danger there. Well done. I'll give you an inspiration point for that.
Now, while I've got them, enamored so, you said something about a scroll. Now, was this the scroll in which you were talking about, young miss?
Yes.
I see.
Though we do have a scroll in my quarters that we could give you a scroll of protection from energy.
I'll tell you what. I'll trade you. You keep that scroll, and I hand this one back to her. You take this one, though.
But you say it's dangerous.
It is. However,
what should we do with it?
Put it away and let it be a reminder to you someday you'll have the ability to decipher this without harm to yourself.
Hmm.
There's a particular volume that I'm looking for. It's very important to me. Um, there is a mock-up of it in the royal quarters. You may have seen it.
Oh,
It's an old treaty.
oh, the old 722.
Correct. You wouldn't by chance know.
772. Treaty of 772.
Yes. You wouldn't by chance know where I could find that or be able to help me acquire that. It would be a great help in, me learning more great and wondrous powers. And as I do that, I also have the cantrip minor illusion, which I'm going to cast to, make some skulls float in my hand that I could teach you young ladies.
Oh yes, the original treatise in Auntie's study.
Now, you wouldn't by chance know a back way in there, would you? Perhaps a dumb waiter, or surely you've been nosing about.
I can get you up to the door, but only Auntie can let me through the door.
Why is that?
Oh, it'll be the old arcane lock.
I see, I see. Well, you girls have been a big help, and I assure you I will be back and have you speaking with your ancestor in no time. Now, if you could only show me to the door, I would greatly appreciate that. Perhaps, do you know where your auntie is at, actually, as a matter of fact?
She'll be preparing her. She takes ages to get ready, especially when a Queen of the Fairies is coming. So I don't think we'll see her until sort of 15 minutes, 20 minutes before. Oh,
If she,
sunset's coming on.
if she,
They're probably gathering on the steps now. We'd better go to the steps and prepare ourselves for the arrival of Titania.
yes, yes, absolutely. Quickly though, before we head to the steps, said your auntie takes ages to get ready. Is she by chance still in her quarters? Is that where she gets ready?
Yes. Not in her study, of course, in her bedchamber.
Which is perhaps adjacent to her study, yes.
It's near. It's just a floor up from her study. It's in her tower above her studies.
Excellent, excellent. Well, girls, you better hurry on now. You don't want to be late to see Titania. I have some very important magical business to take care of. I will be
Okay.
seeing you later.
So the four girls hurry out. Okay then. We've been going for about an hour and 2 hours and a half. Let's take a quick 5 minute toilet break or whatever break and back in 5. Okay.
Yeah, before
Sounds
we
good.
cool. Before we do, I'm
Sounds
gonna
good.
drink some healing potion at the bar. Help us.
Okay. Yep. You can get all your health back. All your
Yay.
hit points back. Yep. That's it.
Welcome back, Mr. GM.
I am back as well.
Is this your...
Yeah.
How many games have you played before, David?
What?
Me? I play about 4 or 5 in my time position. My favourite class is a bard, but I wasn't too, but I thought I'd give a wizard a go because I thought, because bard does use spells, so I thought I'd give a wizard a go. So that's why I created this wizard. But normally I do play a bard. I play a pretty funny bard.
Okay. Any questions before we continue? Or...
Yeah, I got a question.
Yep.
Can you lower your mic?
Oh, my mic.
Well, we can hear you a little better, buddy. It's up by the side of your noggin.
Just a second.
Yeah, the mouthpiece.
My mic, that mic's broken, so I've got another one.
Oh, okay.
And I've forgotten to put it back on.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay then. Just to summarize then, horns are ringing to summon everybody to the court of the siren to receive the Elf Queen. But you know that there's a actually, Andrew, could you sum up what you've discovered and what will happen at the same time as the Elf Queen's arrival?
Absolutely. Just in like a general sense, or do you want me to make up a plan for the dwarves?
What you lot will do.
I got you. What we plan on doing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once we like gather up, I'll tell them that basically the dwarves are gonna gather up to have a little conspiracy meeting next to the wall, and that I'm gonna deliver them the hammer, and that they're gonna try to launch some kind of attack to create a diversion, presumably so a force elsewhere can do something else. But I've called in guard reinforcements, and when I show up with the hammer, I'm going to make a signal, and some of the guards are going to cast detect thoughts or something like that, and pinpoint where all the dwarven conspirators are. And then we're going to swoop down upon them like a bird of prey, and just completely destroy them and create a show for all the guests.
Not all the guests, because the guests will actually be gathering to receive the Queen. This is a sort of diversion that's most will not be around. It'll just be the guards.
Okay, I got you.
Any questions on that?
Yeah, I have a game plan as well.
Yep.
The young lass said her auntie takes forever to get ready. I am rushing to get up to her tower or her study or whatever before she leaves. Presumably she's still there. And
you remember that to enter the private quarters, you need to go in with one of the family members or the Century Guard. So this child is your best bet to let you in.
Yeah. I will.
And there are guards on the doors as well. But
I'll tell him cherry picker.
Okay. You arrive at the door. You say cherry picker. The guard allows you into the private quarters.
Fantastic. And again, rushing to try to get there. So the idea is, as she's leaving, I'm gonna use invisibility and try to spear it into the door before it closes behind her.
Okay. So, are you casting invisibility on yourself?
Yeah, I'll be casting it. I'll be casting it on myself, and then as she goes to leave, I want to just slide in behind her, as the door's closing before it closes.
Okay, make a stealth roll.
Stealth. Okay.
Just to slip past her. That's what I suggest, stealth, to slip past her unnoticed as the door opens. And not a lot of space, but... And I'll roll
Right.
a perception.
So I got a 16 from the looks of it.
Oh, and she didn't do very well, but she's pretty perceptive.
Let's see. I'm gonna double check. So I'm proficient. Yeah, that's right. 16.
Okay. Do you... you just brush against her as you're moving in, and this elf queen, a beautiful dark-haired, dusky elf queen, is sweeping out in lace and the height of fashion, is sweeping out of her own suite as you sort of sneak past her. But the trail of your dress just sort of touches her leg as she's going out, and she pauses for a second.
I'll do likewise. Like, presumably, I've entered the room and at the
And frozen like a startled rabbit.
yeah, noticing her stop. I'll try to stop as well and hope that she just thinks that a trick of her mind, or perhaps she caught her own dress, or it rubbed on the door, or something of the sort. Some logical explanation.
Okay, make another stealth roll, just to sort of hold your breath and not do anything, or...
You're killing me. That one's a 12.
Do you want to use your inspiration?
Well, you make it sound like I should, so I suppose so. That's quite better. That was an 18.
Okay. Yep. Your dress sort of just brushed against her leg. You know her by reputation. She is the most powerful wizard, one of the most powerful wizards in a country of wizards, and she's lived for centuries, and she's dangerous as fuck. And you just kind of... she pauses for a second. Your sort of heart comes into your mouth, but then the sound, or there's a moment of silence, and she's about to cast a spell when there's another summons of all the guests to the front courtyard, and she just sweeps out and closes the door after her.
He's the most powerful wizard in the land, and to think I almost wanted a contingency plan. Backstab! Probably would have not went well. Good thing I remembered her reputation, though.
And I'll get back to you in a bit. Over to... so, David, is Chandra... how do I say it? Chandra?
Yeah, Chandra, yeah.
Chandra. Is Chandra joining Shane?
If he's at the bar, and we are summoned to attend the front entrance to greet the royal guest.
There is a summons to greet the royal guest, but you've also had a telepathic message. Did you? Well, you don't actually get to choose who you include in the telepathic message. So you heard that he and some other guards are gathering to ambush a party of dwarves. Would you like to join them?
Yes, I definitely. I'm gonna crate before we do it. I'm gonna pull out a stick from my companion, from my pouch, wrap a bit of string around it, and create an invisible companion. It's a servant, an invisible servant that only I can see, or those who have well, only I can see because I created it, and it obeys me. It has 1 hit point, but
Okay.
it follows my instructions, and it can feed back. And it can feed back anything to me. I'm gonna ask it to to once we see the Queen, all right, to keep an eye on her, sort of thing.
Does it need to be within a certain range of you?
Has to be 60 feet with me.
You won't be able to go to. You won't be able to go and join Shane and have that staying in the courtyard on the other side. It's a sort of quarter of a mile. It's a huge palace you're in.
Oh, damn it! Oh, I wanted to protect I wanted to protect her somehow. All right, and fair enough. Then I just go out.
You know her by reputation. She's incredibly powerful, and she's got one of the most powerful wizards in the realm to protect her as well. If they can't protect her, you can't.
True. Okay, then I was just trying to be creative, I guess. And I just go outside. Then. I get my wand ready, throw it in my hand, and go outside.
Okay. So, do you want to describe your plan first, Andrew, or is that enough?
Yeah, I'll describe it in detail. So basically, what's gonna happen is I'll point I'll show the guards where the position is at the wall and where I think the meeting's gonna take place, and kind of have them fan out around it. A couple of them hidden behind a bush, maybe hidden behind some crates. All of them hiding their presence, and I'll make sure all of them know my signal, and I'll say, all right, when I get down there, I'm gonna reveal the hammer. They're gonna move forward, and at that point, I'll make the sign. And any of you that have the ability to detect the invisible, go ahead and do it, and just mark them. Start firing, run in, lay waste to them. I'm going to start swinging at anything I see that shimmers when it moves. Kill everything, take no prisoners. These dwarves are cutthroats. They're here to take back the hammer they assume is theirs, and they're going to kill, rape, murder, eat anything that gets in the way of them. So no mercy! No mercy!
Every word, they all go, no mercy! Death to dwarves! and they take positions in the bushes and the trees. And you wait and wait. And strangely, the moment you wait, the moment the sun sets, the sky suddenly sort of turns red. And stars start dancing across the sky. You've never seen anything like this before, and a sort of it's like a gust of wind sweeps through the entire palace and affects everyone. And if you've got if you can cast spells, it's basically like you finished a long rest. You get your spells back, and everybody can gain 1 cantrip. You just feel itching on the back of your neck, and everyone gains 1 extra cantrip. You can just choose it when you want, but you basically, something's happened.
Very cool.
Ooh, awesome.
But you wait and wait. You hear some singing. You hear some a booming voice from the other side of the palace, but nothing seems to happen where you are.
Okay. Well, then I will kind of walk forward out of the bush and remove my panther mask and start holding the hammer up and spinning in a circle.
Again, still, there's a ghostly silence of nothing.
I start stroking my chin. I go, I might have just played into those filthy dwarves' hands. Maybe this was the diversion. Then again, still got the hammer. So I'll wait. I'm going to say I'll wait until the guest actually enters, till the queen enters. Um,
That
at,
cantrip was the queen entering.
oh, so okay. So she's already
She's
gone. She
right.
just like blew through.
No, into the garden. You hear some singing, and I'd like everyone to make a wisdom save at DC 11.
Okay.
You hear some beautiful singing.
Would that include me? Like, I don't know, I'm not there.
You can hear some beautiful singing, but you don't need to make the wisdom save.
I
Okay.
passed it. I got a 17.
14.
Okay, you feel drawn to these singers, but you don't go. But you can resist the temptation to go and see what's happening. And then, on the back of some giant wasps, some pixies come flying into the garden. There's a satyr comes dancing around. The goblins come charging in, saying, "Where's the bar? Where's the bar? Where's the bar?" And the elf queen has arrived. There's a notice over the telepathy saying, "Fights broken out. Fights broken out in the stables. Fights broken out in the stables. Griffin on the loose. Griffin going through the horse. All men to the stables. All men to the stables."
Okay, I'm gonna turn to Chandra and say, "Fuck that. I'm going back to the throne room. Something's going on. Those dwarves are up to something."
Okay. As you're on your way back to the throne room, you come across. There are different levels of guard here. There's basically the normal Belkady's guard, and there are the Century Guard, who are the ones in the golden black fine armor. And you find a dead one in the bushes. You stumble across something invisible and find a dead elven guard in the bushes, but it's invisible.
Oh my! Do I dispel the disability while searching over it?
Wait, say that again.
So like, do I just feel a body? Does it become
can-
visible at some point?
Because you found it, I'm gonna. How do you judge invisibility? It's an illusion spell. Can you see through the illusion once you've found it? If you make a save.
I'd say so.
That's how I'd go for it. Make a save, and tell me what your result is.
Okay, are we doing like wisdom, like an insight sort of deal?
Yes.
Okay. 19 on the die, so pretty good. 21.
Okay. Yep. It disappears, and you find this dead elven. A dead elf.
Oh shit! The camera dramatically zooms in on my face, and I go, "Son of a dwarven plague maker!"
And
Anybody hear me?
And not just a dead elf, but something has eaten its flesh, eaten its way out of the elf.
Does the colors of the elf? You said they're black and gold. Is that actual armor or just cloth? Could I like disguise myself using the colors to make myself look like a higher rank guard?
You're an elf. It is elf-sized. You could. Yes, you can. It doesn't
Fuck
really
yeah.
make sense, but you can stretch it over your body. But no. To be honest, no. All this type of guard are elves. There
Okay.
aren't any humans amongst them.
They're all elves. Do they have a different mask, or do they wear panther masks also?
Oh, they wear panther masks. So
Is the cloak the same color too?
yes. No,
Okay.
it's golden black for you. It's golden black. It's
All
a
right.
different pattern.
I'm taking the cloak and I'm wrapping it around me to obscure my own armor, like tightly clasping it in front of me. And I'll make sure my panther mask is up. And I'm going to belay the call now. I'm not going to make the psychic call. I'm not going to inform him what's happened. I'm going to tuck the hammer down underneath the cape, and I'm going to head towards the throne room dressed like the guard. Just with the cloak, though.
Okay. The So you're not telling anybody that the elf has been, you found a dead elf.
Nope, I'm not.
Okay. And Chandra, what are you doing? You were there when he stumbled over the body, and you also make a saving throw, a wisdom saving throw.
I did. I got a 17.
Okay, you have the same information.
I guess I probably I sort of rush. I sort of think to myself what to do in this situation. I sort of I'm gonna go towards the. I'm gonna run towards the throne room and see
Okay.
if I
The
see.
way that Shane the barbarian is going.
Yes.
Okay, so you run together towards the throne room. You arrive at the door. There are the normal guard on the door has been replaced by one in gold and black.
I sort of look at him and say, "Fellow guardsman."
There wasn't. He is a You are a guard and he's a guard. Okay.
I will push through and say, "Out of my way, lower guard. I am one of the elite Balkadis," and try to just walk through.
Okay, make deception.
That's not bad. Deception. 15.
15. Okay, he lets you past.
So I'm holding the mask tight to my face like, that fucking worked.
Okay. I just follow him. I follow the barbarian. I'm going to say, I'm with him.
Here there are the troops. There are the family, and the troops in gold and black are making their way towards the family quarters. And up to you, Heath. You've got into the Elf Queen's private quarter. You're invisible, right?
I would have dropped the invisibility. Now that I'm inside the quarters, I would think, unless let me check the place out first.
Okay.
Seeing as I do know her reputation, she's a mage of some power and renown.
Make an Arcana roll.
Yeah, all right. Let's see here. Dice rolling. So that is an 18.
Okay. On the walls, there are sculptured walls with little sort of elf faces on the walls, and you reckon that those mouths are magic mouths, ready to react to anything, but as far as you remember, they react to sight.
Well, all right. So knowing this, I will use my natural powers and make myself look identical to the what the hell is her name who just left?
Princess Carnelia, the Belcadis Ifidorians.
Yeah, well, whoever's chambers this is, if it's Princess Cornelia, I'll make myself look absolutely identical to her down to the last freckle. And then...
Okay. What is your what are you doing to do that? What's your sort of spell?
I'm a changeling.
Ah, right. Okay.
So yeah, it comes as easy to me as breathing.
Hmm. I'm going to say it does rely a bit on perception or something like that as well. It's not you. You'll have to have made enough of a perception roll. I'll let you roll perception at advantage, and if you get 10 or higher, you pass it off because it's second nature to you. But if you do it badly, you've made a mistake. You've missed some detail. Okay?
Okay. So we need to roll perception with advantage.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, give me a second. Big bucks, no whammy.
Because she is. You've probably seen her before because she's a famous person. But
Do I get to add my modifier to that?
yep.
My perception. Oh, okay. Then I got it with the 9.
Okay. Okay. Yep. You are close enough, looking to her to fool the magic mouths on the wall.
All right. That's what's important here. All right. So I'll I'll stroll around. Like I own this fucking room because for all intents and purposes I do, I guess. But the first thing I'm going to do is look for like a stairwell or something. Surely there's a way to get down to the study without having to actually walk the halls. Being royals and whatnot. That is beneath her studies, right beneath this.
I'll go along with that. There's a spiral staircase down to the study.
All right. I'll walk down them cautiously, of course, and be sure to try to absorb every detail of the area that I can. For example, like her room. When I did the look around, other than the magic mouths, what else would I have noticed? Anything of interest?
4-poster bed, made out of some tree that doesn't grow here on the prime material plane, but grows on the Feywild. Beautiful, really rich patterns and things like that. Moving pictures that sort of nod and talk to her. There is a magic circle. When you get down to the study, there's a magic circle in the corner of the room. Fireplaces. There's invisible servants walking around, doing next to nothing except sort of occasionally, if you sort of if you scuff something or knock something, you sort of knocked up the corner of a carpet as you walked on, and the invisible servant goes and puts it back. Little domestic chores.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of magic around the place and a lot of riches.
Despite this, plethora.
One window looks out on the courtyard where the Elf Queen has arrived, and another looks into another plane of existence, and one looks into Glantri City, the capital.
Oh, I will. First thing I will do is, again, despite the plethora of arcane riches around me, I'm on a bit of a mission. So I'm going to try to locate that treaty straight away. If it's not being displayed on the wall or a pedestal or something, I'll look around the desk. I presume there's a desk in here, perhaps a bookshelf.
Above the fireplace. It's in a glass case above the fireplace.
All right, I'll approach that, and I'll kind of lean in and look around. Try to examine around the edges of this.
Make an investigate.
Yeah. Looking for any types of booby traps.
Make an
Investigate.
investigate.
What do I got for investigate? Alright. So that's +5, because I do got training in that. So that would be 18 total. 13 on the die, +5.
Let me think. Yep, you find a glyph on it.
Can I discern what this glyph is? Is it, I'm going to presume some type of warning. And would I be able to disable it, or does it look as though there's a way to remove this without activating the glyph?
You'd need to cast an Arcana.
An Arcana?
Or do you have the Arcana ability? Skill? Proficiency?
Oh, let me double check just to make sure. No, I don't have that one. Just one.
You could try and remove it, see what happens, or
Yeah, I'm sure I could. Okay. Shit. Perhaps there's something useful in this room where there's just magic doodads and whatnots everywhere. I'm gonna take a look about.
Okay, I'll leave you doing that and move back to Shane and Chandra, who are the guards. The guards in gold and black are making their way towards the private quarters.
Okay.
And they summon you to come and join them. Shane, but not they summon Shane in the gold and black to come and join them, but not you. And they instruct you to stay and guard the throne room.
Okay. I nod my head, and like, where is the queen right now?
Which one? The Fey Queen?
Yes, where is she right now? Is she in this room?
She's not in this room, no.
Is she coming to this room?
You're not sure.
Oh, okay. So I just I start to, I get out a furball from my bag. Okay, from my bag of tricks, and I'm gonna throw it 20 feet in front of me, and it's gonna be, and see what happens and see what I make. It's completely random. Right, D8, 1d8. There we go. I'll tell you what it is. Okay, 4. So a 4. What is a 4? It is a boar.
A boar?
Yeah.
So there's a sudden as a boar suddenly appears in the throne room, and do you control the boar? Or?
Yes, it's actually under my control, and it's actually my friend, and it actually listens to my commands.
Okay.
It's squealing. It's squealing loudly.
Yep.
No.
I'm gonna yell to the other guards.
Oh,
Intruder! Throne room! Intruder!
If it's not, you can get to... It does squeal once anyway.
Yeah, it
and
squeals
then
once.
you can control it.
Intruder! Throne room! Intruder!
Make a deception, Shane.
Deception?
That's Shane, as he's shouting.
It's only a 7.
7. They ignore it and say, "We'll leave it for them to deal with this. We need to get up to the clone room."
My eyebrows raise. Right, to the clone room, and I'll follow them. This seems wildly more entertaining. What the fuck, a clone room?
She was hoping she was like, "Ghost, don't." I was hoping, I was hoping for, I was hoping for a giant boar badger. Because there's a giant badger in this bag.
Okay. So, what do you want to do with the boar?
I just like,
Mhm.
I just pet it, and hopefully like it'll fight for me.
It certainly will.
Yeah.
Okay then. Moving back
It's
to
my,
shape.
it's my little pet now.
You get up the stairs. You get up the stairs into a sort of little, into a tower. You follow them up through some living quarters, through various living rooms, and then up a spiral staircase into a different, heavily protected place. And just in the center of this room, there is an opaque dome that the guards just go and run through this barrier into the opaque dome. It's only 10 foot across. It's 20 foot across. It's 10 foot radius.
So they pass through it in front of me.
Yep. No, actually, one of them does, and the rest of them sort of circle around it.
How many are there altogether?
There are 7.
So I'll turn to the guard next to me. Psst. Hey you, psst.
Yep.
What's in that thing? This wasn't part of my briefing.
um, that's the one that died. Was replacing clone duty. So we were assuming that there might be trouble. There might not. But we can't get in there. Nothing can get in there. But if it's dispelled, we'll have to deal with whatever is in there. This,
I'll lean in and raise my eyes. Well, what's in there?
the princess's clone and the hammer.
I'm going to I'm going to let the cloak part on both sides of me, revealing a huge ass bloodied greatsword and a replica of the fake hammer, and I'm going to attack the guard standing next to me.
Okay. You can have a surprise round.
Alright, I'm going to rage, and then I'm going to reckless attack, great weapon master for the first attack on him. So it's +2, but I get advantage. Ah, fuck. 9. I'm guessing that misses.
Not yet, misses.
Okay. So then for the second attack, it's a normal attack. Oh, I should mention too, when I went into rage, I frenzied, but that attack actually misses too. So I take 2 wild swings at him, missing with both of them.
They're shocked as shocked that they've been infiltrated. They weren't paying attention and they feel stupid now. But okay, moving on to the mysterious woman, Princess Carnelia, up in her tower. What are you doing?
Yeah, I was going to, examine the room and see if there is anything in here that could prove useful in removing that treaty from over the fireplace without activating the seal, if at all possible.
Okay, she's got lots of scrolls hanging around and things like that. Have you got any wizard ability?
Yeah, I am a 3rd level wizard.
Okay then, make a search, make an investigation roll.
All right. So we make investigation. Yeah, we can do that. I keep forgetting what the hell it is. Got it. It's a 14.
I'll say you can find 1 scroll of Dispel Magic.
All right. I will use that on the glyph.
Okay, cast.
At which point, once it's safe, I'll actually, with all these unseen servants mucking about, I might. I look like their master, right? No, I better just be safe and not risk it. I'll take it. Once the glyph's gone, I'll take it down and I'll deposit it into my uncommon magical item, which is a bag of holding.
You need to make a roll. It's not the glyph is not actually cast at 3rd level, so you need to make a roll.
Oh, well, son of a bitch. All right. So it's DC 10 plus the level of the spell. So that's my save. Okay. Gotcha. Nope. Yeah, I didn't successfully dispel the glyph then. I presume I would know this, right? When I use the dispel bullshit, like nothing happens.
I'm gonna make it so whilst you're trying to dispel it, you actually set it off.
Okay, shit. What happens?
The air starts to move in the room and starts circling faster and faster and stronger until there's some sort of beast in the air in front of you.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to use my other 2nd level spell slot, action, and I'm going to cast Mirror Image to make 3 illusory duplicates of myself.
Roll initiative.
Okay. 16.
It gets 20. So,
what the fuck? All right.
So, make a DC 13 Strength saving throw.
Okay.
This air is moving faster and faster, and you're being sucked off the ground.
Right. I got fuck all for strength, right? But I didn't succeed. I rolled 17.
Okay, you hold on. It sort of is trying to suck you up, but you hold on to the heavy chest of writing chest that's there, and you're just sort of being dragged by the air. But then it sort of settles down a bit, and you manage to not be thrown into one of the walls or anything like that. But the beast that's there is still in the room. You can sense it.
Right.
You can see it. It's a sort of twisting, large elemental creature.
Right. I'm not sure. I'm not here to play with that. So again, I'm going to dash across the room. Use my move action. Interact with an object for free, which is the thing above the fireplace, and deposit that into my bag of holding.
Okay.
And then I'll use my bonus action to dash and hurl myself through the window that looks as though it's looking out onto the capital city.
Okay. Let me just check. It gets 1 attack on you as you're fleeing.
Sure.
Opportunity attack. So.
My AC is.
Oh, critical. So it just miss it. In fact, it flings you out the window and breaks the window as it does it. But you're not too harmed by this. And you're just jumping out. You seem to be quite high up in the capital city.
Yep. I'll wait till I get close to the ground, and then I'm going to cast Featherfall.
Okay, you are flung out of the window with this scroll in your hand, and you start plummeting down towards one of the canals below. And last minute, you cast Featherfall on yourself and float down into the canal.
Excellent. And yeah, I put that's in the bag of holding, so it's nice and safe, which is tucked real tightly.
Okay. Moving to you've all been going on separate directions. Moving to I'll try and finish it up quickly. So moving to let's see, Chandra.
Yo.
You're down in the throne room, and suddenly this elemental, your boar wanders over towards the elemental, and the elemental from the pool whooshes out and tries to grab the boar. What are you going to do?
I'll just let it happen. I don't care. I didn't want the ball anyway.
Okay, it drags the boar into the water. At the same time, a satyr arrives. Oh no, actually, the goblins arrive.
Mhm.
And
Did I see where my barbarian friend went?
he went into the family quarters.
Okay. So I see this goblin. Okay.
What would you like to do?
So I see this goblin, and does anyone stop this goblin? Like one of the guards, or is it just me there?
No, a goblin wouldn't have got into these quarters. Okay, no, there's just you there. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go and check on my they told me to stay out the front, didn't they? So I listen to orders, and because I don't want to get myself into trouble anymore, I just you know, just I'm gonna have like a peek outside the door to see if any important people are coming towards the front room, like the queen or something like that, or the princess or anyone coming.
Yes, you see the Fey Queen is making her way towards these quarters.
Ooh.
And the moment she sees you, she's unbelievably beautiful, and her face lights up, and she says, "Oh, and who are you?"
Oh, I come out graciously towards her and bow and curtsy, like a proper lady's curtsy to her. My lady, my name is Chandra. I am a wizard.
Chandra, sing for me. Do something. I am bored and frustrated. The princess has not appeared. You better amuse me.
I'm no bard, but
Don't make excuses. Just please me.
Very well. I do some I create fire and juggle with it.
Okay, make a performance roll.
I'm stuck at performance. Alright, okay. So that'll be D20, yeah? Plus my performance of 1.
Of 1?
No, sorry. Performance of... Oh, hang on. Wrong one. Where's that blade dice roller? Oh, it is. Right. Rolling now. Okay, I got a 17.
Oh, she's impressed. She likes your performance, and she says, "Very well done. Now go to the bar and bring us back four cocktails, 4 magical cocktails, and we'll see how that happens." Okay, then So you go. She sent you off to the bar to pick up some cocktails. Are you going to do what she says?
I sort of like, I say to her, "My lady, I know that you request all these things for me, but we have a bit of a problem." I tell her that we have some dwarfs on the premises. They are invisible and wishing to take what is, well, the hammer from these castles, and
I do not. I do not care for what problems you have. I want a drink. Get me one. And
I
as she says this, the skies start to go darker and lightning starts crackling amongst the outside.
I sort of like look at it, quite impressed by this amenity. Very interesting. What? May I, before I go and get these drinks, may I ask what sort of wizard you are?
Make uh, um,
I'm only asking like politely,
make a persuasion roll. See if you're able to persuade her into answering your question.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay. She says, I'm a fey queen. I command magics of nature and all things. But mostly I command people and usually they obey.
Yes, that is very.
I can enchant you into bringing me my drinks, but I would rather you bring them of your own free will.
Oh yes, of course. Being as I am a wizard and I like investigating.
If you please me with these drinks, I might teach you one of my charms.
Oh yes, that does interest me indeed. And I sort of like run quickly to go to the bar.
Okay, moving on to Andrew. The moment you attack wildly and these guards look surprised, then suddenly a fight breaks out. There's basically two guards have infiltrated these guards and they start attacking at the same time. So there's basically you, two dwarven allies, and the other four.
This is good odds for any barbarian.
So there's two on you, and the others are 1 versus 1.
All right, shall I roll initiative?
Roll initiative.
15.
Okay, and they are. Just give me 1 second. They are on. Eight. So you go first.
All right, the one to my left, I am going to use Reckless Attacks, Great Weapon Master, for my first attack.
Sorry, and the one on your left. Okay. Sorry, go on. Reckless attack, weapon mastery. Go on.
Yep.
Make your
so,
attack.
It would only be a 12.
12. Doesn't get through his fine armor.
All right, so I swat him with it, but nothing happens. Second attack is just a normal attack. That's going to be a 19.
19. Okay, that hits.
That does 15 points of damage.
15 points of damage. Okay, then you land a heavy blow on him, and
then I actually get a bonus action too, because I am frenzied. So my bonus action is going to be
just 1 second. As your blow connects, it knocks off his mask, and you see underneath it that he's an albino.
My eyes narrow. The albino! And I will swing at his neck with the bonus action and try to decapitate him. I have no idea if it's enough, but let's see. 15.
15 connects. Oh no, it doesn't connect. Is 17 AC.
Oh, so yeah, the albino manages to parry it, and we grind blades, and I growl at him. Oh, you're gonna die, albino. This eye, and I pull up the eye patch, and you see this scarred over red pussing socket. You took my eye, now I'm going to take your head, albino. And I spit on him over the blade.
Okay, and
They, by the way, have advantage to attack against me until my next turn.
okay. So let's see. Both of them will attack you. Sorry.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, looks like Hangout burped a couple of them out.
Yeah, they'll probably be back.
Fucking these dice rolls, man, it's fucking me.
Right, I'm. It really has. I'm pretty pleased, man. Everything's worked out pretty well so far for my dice rolls, which is usually not how it goes down.
Yeah, I wasted all my good rolls early on useless shit.
Right. Yeah. I think I succeeded in my mission. Fairly certain. You like that? You like that theme song mission that I sent you?
Yeah, that's awesome. Just waiting for... Hopefully Caius gets back before this goes off air.
Hopefully. It usually takes a couple minutes, doesn't it? Like 5 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, 5 minutes from the time he gets DC'd.
Yeah, presumably he will be. Oh, there we are. I keep waiting for you to pace one of those dudes with that great weapon fighter.
I know, if only I could fucking hit.
I think he's back. You back, Caius?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. And he's gone. So what did he say was in there, man? Like a clone of the princess with the hammer or something crazy like that?
Yeah, a clone of the princess and the real hammer.
That's a real hammer. What is this, man? Like the thunder hammer, like from Baldur's Gate or something like that?
It's fucking Thor's hammer. It's Mjolnir.
Right. It's Mjolnir. Oh, jeez. I feel like playing Baldur's Gate now. I'm gonna have to do that after this game.
The original or Baldur's Gate 2?
2, Baldur's Gate 2. I actually never. I started the original, like started playing it, and I don't know. I can't say that I have any nostalgia for it because I never played the original. So I'm sitting here like I'm playing it. I'm like, this game's gross.
It's not a great game.
Right. Baldur's Gate 2 though, I loved it. Throwing a ball and all that. Shadows of Am.
I personally like Torment better, but I think Baldur's Gate 2 is almost as good.
I've actually never played Planescape Torment. I've been meaning to.
Oh, sorry about
No, that's no problem, man. I've been waiting to see how bad of a licking I take.
that. Ooh,
It's a crit. That's not good.
What a great way to start the retaliation.
Yep. Oh well, you decided to go in there and try to get the hammer. That's what you get.
You are a barbarian.
Oh,
What
I'm a
color?
long ways from being dead.
I was about to say, did you take Bear Toto?
crit.
No.
What?
I have a +4 con modifier though, so I have really high HP. And these guys aren't going to be doing non-standard damage, I'm guessing.
Right. What totem did you take?
I didn't take
Yeah, you
Totem.
go raging.
Oh,
I did Path of the Berserker.
gotcha.
What? My dice hasn't shown up, but can you see it?
Yeah, that's an 8.
For the crit.
Yeah, it's a crit and then 8 points of damage.
The first one was a 1.
Yep,
So
seven
that's
and a 1.
not very. Okay.
So.
You take 10 from that attack.
Okay.
Are all attacks on you at advantage?
Yes, until my next turn.
Okay. The second one, 15 hit.
15 doesn't. 17's my AC.
Okay. So that's the first one attacked you, and the second one. $14 doesn't hit you. Oh, sorry, 14, 15, 16. I forgot to add. So the second attack did hit you for 2, 3, 4, 5 points damage. The third one hits an AC of 19, so that
Yep.
hits you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not halving this, so you've got to do the halves.
Yeah. Yep, I'm having it for you.
9 points damage.
Okay.
And the last attack by this one is another crit. 15.
15. Okay.
You're going down, human scum.
I just smile at him.
In the background, a war is going on. We'll do the next round, and then we'll get back to you. Okay, Chandra?
Yo.
Okay, so, next round. You get to attack
Yes.
again. And
Yes, I'm here.
no, I'm. Are you going to the bar?
Yes, I am going to the bar. I'm at the bar.
It'll take a while to get to the bar from the throne room. So I'll do this battle, and then I'll get back to you. Okay?
Okay, cool.
Okay. So
Okay. So my attack again?
Yep.
Alright. Same thing. I'm going to do Relentless Attack, and I'm going to do Great Weapon Master. I'm the albino.
Okay.
20.
Okay. Yep.
That
That
hit him?
hits.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I wanted to hear. Oh yeah, you albino son of a bitch. I just did 28 points of damage with the first attack.
He goes.
Alright, still standing though?
Yep.
Alright, attack number 2, regular attack.
Let me just check that, but I think he is. So it was 22, did you say, or 28?
28.
Okay.
All right. So then with the second attack, which is a normal attack, is 17 versus AC.
Yes, that just hits him.
12 again. 18 more points of damage.
Okay.
He's still standing?
Yep.
Okay. And then the bonus action, I'm going to attack him for the third time. Normal attack again. Oh, that's a 26 versus AC.
Oh, yeah. Okay, tell me, describe what he's not dead yet, but tell me the damage.
Okay, it'll be 13 points of damage.
13. Okay. He's looking badly beaten up as he presses to attack you back. He's surprisingly resilient. This albino one.
Yeah, he had to have been to take my eye. That's no regular feat.
What, you were doing reckless attack, weren't you?
Yep, they have advantage again.
So yep, the first attack, 21 hits you for 9.
Okay.
Second attack. 18.
Yep, that hits.
Wait, you were showing
8. And the other one lashes out with his well, actually not lashes out. He tries to spear you with his rapier. 15.
Oh, he misses.
And he follows up with a riposte. 22.
Yep, that hits.
So 8.
Okay. Still not even bloodied.
What is your weapon, by the way?
It is a great sword.
Anything special about your greatsword?
Nope, just normal great sword.
Okay. This albino, you notice that the wounds that you've been giving him seem to be closing up. He is still injured, but they seem to be closing up as you attack.
Okay.
Vampire!
Actually, just let me roll a check. Yep, and his companion notices this as well and looks a little bit surprised.
And I should have known, albino. No real man, no normal man could take my eye. You're Nosferatu, the living dead!
I'm gonna take your other eye. And he throws away the rapier that he's been using and just pulls out his hands. Just that he throws off his gloves and there are just sort of claws at the end of his hands, and the teeth on his mouth just elongate and get larger and larger, and you see a vampire in front of you. You've got nothing that can hurt me, barbarian.
My rage will engulf you, vampire.
Okay.
I'm sorry, let's retcon that. Let's say I say, you steal men's souls.
The other guard has decided to join you against. Starts whispering some magic. But it's you to act first.
Yeah, I'm going to attack the vampire. I think I can finish him off. All right.
Go for it.
Reckless attack. I've gone this far. Reckless attack. Great weapon master. 21.
That hits him.
Oh shit! It's actually 10. 26.
26 damage. Okay. He's looking a bit paler than before.
All right. Attack number 2. Normal attack. Ah, fuck me. 9. So that's gonna miss, and then my bonus action will be a third attack.
Okay.
Ooh, that's gonna miss too. I think 14.
Okay. He scurries up the wall. You get an opportunity attack on him as he does this.
Okay, scurrying, huh? 16.
60. Ooh. Let's see. No, that just bounces off his armor. But I'll tell you what, the other guard will try and take him down as well with an opportunity attack. Yep, the other guard skewers him with his rapier as he leaves, but doesn't actually take him down, and the vampire scurries up the walls.
Get back here, albino! I'll hunt you down at the end of the world.
I will, he says as his wounds are closing up. And you feel your rage starting to wear off as well, as you can't attack things. But you could attack the guard that's next to you, or any of the other people who are in the room.
Oh yes. How far up there is he?
He is, say, 20 feet.
20 feet. Okay. In the dome in the middle. How far is that from me?
He scurries to above the dome. Pardon? The dome in the middle is 10 feet away.
And are there any windows in this room?
No.
Okay. Gotta think about this. I turn on the guard next to me and attack him.
I want your eye.
Do not think we are friends, elf! And I will fucking attack him. Because I'm enraged.
Keep your rage going.
Yeah, so I'll reckless attack, great weapon, master him.
Okay, go for it.
20.
Okay, yep, that hits.
Oh shit. 26 points of damage.
Okay. Oof. He's still standing.
Alright, attack number 2, regular attack. 21.
Yep, that hits.
15 points of damage.
So your greatsword cuts into him and he staggers back, but he's still up.
Alright, and then my bonus attack.
Mm-hmm.
21.
Yep, that hits. Ooh, good attacks.
9 points of damage.
9. He's looking like he's on his last legs, but he does attack back.
Well, he has advantage.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 hits.
Yes, sir.
That's 4 points damage. And the next one... Oh, I don't think that... 16, does that hit?
That does not.
Okay. So, this surprised-looking elf says, "What you do? There's a vampire!" He's screaming. But,
Yeah, he's next. There's worse predators in this room, boy.
the vampire is just sitting on the roof, trying to waiting to get some hit points. But you could. I'm exaggerating with 20 feet. I've decided he's 12 feet up.
Okay. Well, if it's my action again, I'm going to try to finish off this guard first, the living guard.
Okay.
Reckless attack, great weapon master, 21.
21. Yep, that hits him.
For 20 points of
down.
damage.
He's down.
I just clobber him, and a waft of red mist starts to float up into the air. Now,
you're looking around. There are you don't know who's who, to be honest, but there's fighting broken out between elves, and 2 are down and 2 are left standing. So there's 2 more elves in the room.
Now, if he's 12 feet above me on top of that, can I jump and try to make single attacks against him?
I'll allow you to do that.
All right. So I look up at him after felling that guard, and with my other remaining attack, I'll just jump up and take a swat with the greatsword. Come down from here, pale man! You're not escaping. 22.
Yep, you catch him. How much damage do you do?
10 points of damage.
10? Okay. He's still clinging onto the ceiling, and he scutters back a bit, but you follow him round the room.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
after him.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep stepping and attacking at him.
One of these elves that's fighting gets in your way.
He just like moves in front of me.
No, he's fighting, but he's in your way for getting to the vampire next time.
Okay. Damn boy, out of my way, and I'll attack him.
Okay.
Reckless attack, great weapon master. No, that's an 11. That one will miss.
That misses.
All right, so then normal attack, 25.
Yep, that hits.
9, 6, 15.
Yep, 15 damage.
Yep, and then my bonus action attack is a 21.
Okay, that hits.
9, 15 more points of damage.
Tell me how you kill that elf.
So he gets in my way. I hit him once with the pommel upside the head. It staggers him. And then I cut at the waist and take both of his legs off and dump him in a bloody heap. And then I point up at the albino. His death is on your hands, albino.
The taste of your eye is still in my mouth. He says, scurrying round, staying out of your way at the moment, trying to anyway. But next round you could get to him again.
All it'll take is my good eye, albino, and I'll keep running after him.
Okay. Now there's only one other elf left in the room.
All right. So am I managed to get to him without the elf impeding me this turn?
Yep.
All right. I will jump up, and I'm gonna reckless attack when I jump, and great weapon master, and just try to skewer this thing.
Okay.
I got a crit.
A crit. Okay.
Bam. Okay. 8, 4, 12. 28 points of damage.
Okay, your greatsword cleaves through it and sticks it to the ceiling.
Is he still alive, or is he like squirming with the blade in him?
And I say because you crit, he loses his grip on the ceiling and falls on the floor next to you.
Okay.
But he's still staggering around.
All right.
But I'll give you one bonus, your bonus attack as well.
All right, so I'll yank the sword out of him and try to lop him again with it.
Mm-hmm. An advantage because he's prone.
Okay, 24.
Okay, you hit.
13 points of damage.
Okay. Tell me how you finish off this this albino.
So he falls down on the ground. He gets up and starts hobbling around. I put my foot on him, pull the sword out, stick it through his chest. Both of his hands go up, and then my hand darts out, and I yank one of his eyes out. I stand there holding it, trembling with it in my hand as he falls to his knees.
And you've got his eye, but he starts dragging himself up the blade. He's still not dead.
So as he's
you've taken him out, but he's gonna get back.
all right, so he's still coming back at me. I'm gonna pop the dagger out of my boot and try to stab him in the heart with it.
Okay.
And this is just a normal attack because I can't great weapon master that, sadly. 19.
Okay. Roll your damage. Tell me your damage.
6 points of damage.
6. Okay, it's not even doing enough damage to. It seems to be healing faster than you're actually injuring it with the dagger. But it claws at you now. I'll say it's prone and stuck on the floor with your greatsword. You could pull the greatsword out, but but that'll stop it being prone. So I'll roll with disadvantage. 10, 16. Does that hit you?
It just misses.
Okay. The claw leaps out, slashes out, and it tries biting at you, but it can't reach.
Okay, so he's on the ground.
Mhm.
I'll yank the greatsword out then for my next round and just try to beat him to death while he's on the ground with it.
Yeah. You're beating and beating until you've basically beaten it. You're raging, carrying on attacking it, and it's a bloodied pulp, but it's still dragging itself up. Sort of whenever you sort of have a pause, it's not gonna die this way.
I will beat it until it's a mist. I will beat that fucking thing until it is particles.
I tell you what. Make an intimidation roll.
And actually, while I'm beating him, I start whistling. Okay, intimidation. 17.
That'll do. You just see a vampire that you can't kill, losing heart, and go enough, and it throws itself onto the ceiling, climbs away and clambers away, and escapes from you. And you go raging after it, chasing it down, leaping after it, sort of stabbing it.
Yeah, realizing I can't kill it when it's escaping as a pink mist, I'll just drop to my knees and drop the sword and yell, "Albino man, I will fight you!"
Okay, this has gone on longer than I anticipated and planned. I'll just sort of I'm sorry about that. That was my sort of time management. But quickly, I'll sum up what happens. You bring back some potions to drink with the Elf Queen, and
I was hoping that was a mix. I wanted to make make it really special, because I got alchemy, and I was hoping I can make
Okay. Roll D100.
Okay. A 1d100, yeah.
If you're an alchemist, I'll let you roll at advantage on this. So roll D100 twice, and I'll tell you what 2 options you can choose.
Okay. Let's roll D. So let's say 60. Come on. 61. 61 is the first one, and the second one is a 64.
Okay, so that's very similar. And roll 2d10.
Okay. 2d10. A 7 and an 8.
Okay, you make a bubbling blue, purple, and pink thing, which is a mixture of heroism and mind reading. And she likes it so much that she gives you one to keep. So you've got a potion of mind reading heroism, which you can use whenever.
That's dope. That's fucking dope. I was hoping to
And,
make a potion.
and she's so pleased with you as her cupbearer that she takes you to the Feywild at the end of the day to be her cupbearer for a year and a day. And you, on the real world, you're missing for 10 years, but you come back with a Fey enchantment of you can choose one. She grants you one boon at the end of 10 years enchantment on the Feywild.
What is this boom?
You can choose it. It's look in the DMG and choose your boon. But now we're going to sort of finish the adventure. If you'd like to all sign off with a sort of with an epilogue saying what happens to your character at the end of this evening of adventure. We'll start, because I know Andrew's done this kind of thing before. I'll start with you, Andrew, just to sort of sign off.
Okay, so after the escape of the albino man, I go into the dome, I switch the hammers, and then try to escape with my dwarven compatriots, returning with them to their homeland and becoming an outlaw.
Okay, not many of the dwarves make it out, but with your help, they do, and they get the hammer back. Congratulations, Heath. Have you left?
Yeah, I successfully delivered the document to my employers, at which point, you know, the letter V becomes known for, you know, daring espionage missions and escapes, and my employment, or rather people seeking to employ me, you know, escalates quite quickly.
Yes, so this mysterious, voluptuous elf becomes a legend in the underground waterway, which smuggles clerics and dwarves around Glantri under the eyes, under the sight of the ruling wizards. And have you anything to add as a final statement,
Me?
David? Yep.
Yeah, I guess after coming back from the realms where the princess took me, she gave me a staff of fire. I became known as a fire wizard, and and knew how to control fire and manipulate it.
You've become renowned throughout Glantri as the Inferno.
Yes.
And renowned and feared as the Inferno of Glantri. Okay, yep. So that's the end of tonight's adventure. Run on for longer. That was my first time GMing for the one-shot group. It's been a bit of a learning curve, especially with three almost separate adventurers doing their own things most of the time. But I'd just like to say, if you enjoy this kind of adventure, or if you are looking for something completely different, if you like role-playing games, the One Shot Group is a great place to find lots and lots of different games run by lots and lots of different styles of Dungeon Master. And I encourage you to look there on Facebook and join the game there. My name's Caius. I hope you enjoyed this adventure. Just to say goodbye from each one. I'll start with Heath.
Yeah, I had a great time. I think Caius did a fantastic job. Really interesting place. This Fey court, and I had a lot of fun playing this character. I encourage anybody watching, to get in some games. Get in the one-shot group, DM, some games, get more of that going. And you can check me out at Gaming in Gotham on YouTube or WordPress or Facebook. And take care.
Cheers. David, have you anything to say?
Yeah, I would say thanks. Thank you so much for inviting me to your game. Fantastic story. Love the plot. It was brilliant. One time I was like, oh no, I'm gonna get really hurt by this guy stabbing me with a rapier. But I tried to be like passive as much as possible and keep like good intentions as much as I could towards the family. Because I didn't want to. I was going to fireball.
You were the one loyal one. You were the one loyal guard they had.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to fireball his bum, but I just I decided not to. I really wanted to fireball him to hell, but I didn't want to. But apart from that, it was a good class to play as a wizard. Normally, I play as a bard, and it's nice to switch it now and again. So yeah, it's brilliant, fantastic.
Glad you enjoyed it, David. And finally, Andrew.
Yeah, I had a really good time. Thanks for running the game, Caius. I definitely playing more. That's one of the first times I've killed a vampire like 10 times and just kept beating it to a pulp because I couldn't finish it off.
Okay. I've enjoyed this game, and thanks to my 3 players, and hope to catch any listeners or you guys again on the one-shot group. My name's Caius. See you. Bye-bye. So I'm just going to...